Now, our resident curmudgeon finds inspiration in an unexpected place. I've been thinking a lot lately about my color computer. You see, I have been using it less lately than I used to. I'm the kind of person who always likes to try new things with my color computer. But lately, I've been finding it harder to discover new things to try. I guess I could look on social media, but I never really did get into that. Anyone who knows me won't be surprised. And I learned something new. There's a group of people who get together every Saturday to talk about the Coco. They call themselves the CoCoNation, and they say they're the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the color computer. They talk about the Coco siblings and its cousins, too. They even talk about its red-headed stepchild. I've heard they've got some nitwit doing commercials for them. He pretends he's Sally Struthers. The CoCoNation live show has changed my relationship with my color computer. I find that I'm using it a lot more again. I really like the CoCoNation live show, and I think you will, too.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 475.
25 away from the big 500.
Yeah.
Nice.
Right.
How many podcasts can make that claim?
Mm-hmm.
Soon, this one. Very soon.
All right. Let's see. In the chat, or not in the chat today, in the panel. There we go. The panel. We start off with Marco.
I'm number one for the second week in a row. Yay! Glad to be here.
Yay.
And next up, the button pusher.
Hi, Mark B.
Next over, we got Rich Stevens. Okay, and Kevin Holloway.
Welcome, Rich.
Hi, everybody. I'm number 4.
And we'll do a Cares Return in the line feed. Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And Ron Deluxe.
I like Rich's thing.
Just
Chill.
And joining us today, we've got Erico Montero.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Yay.
How are you doing?
And we got Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
And next row, we got Henry Strickland.
Hey there, my cable modem's broken.
What?
I'm
First
on a
world
cell
problems.
phone. Yeah.
First world problems.
So you're going to replace it with a pie?
That would
That's what he's doing this afternoon.
Sounds
delicious.
Yeah,
Put a
that's what I'm
centipede
doing.
there in place?
I'm gonna try the centipede first. It'll run a lot cooler, yeah.
All right. Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody.
And Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the show.
Okay, and L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. And on the bottom row, we got William A. Thing.
Hello.
Hey.
And
Hey, Bill.
Hey.
We are
Poppy.
FujiNet heavy today.
Yeah, popping in and out. Grant Leedy was trying to join, I think.
He was here.
Yeah.
But now he's gone.
Well, he is a
Yep.
storm chaser, so who knows?
Yeah, he may be swirling
Yeah, he might
around.
get
When he
sucked
comes
up by a tornado or
when
something.
he comes back around to the other side, we'll see him again.
Yeah, could be on the run.
Probably a tornado took his local tower out and lost his connection.
So let's see. In the chat, we got Kevin Holloway, Marco, Wayne Campbell, Exile in Paradise, Brian Blake, Jamie Stevens, Michael Zuffel, Jim Rye, Sixty, Peter Willard, 8 Bits in the Basement. I think I said Chris Dries already. Chris Dries. FVR Research. Let's see, Tom Erik Gundersen. Scroll. CoCoNation News.
That's probably me.
Who's
Oh,
that guy?
okay. Let's see, Daddy Burrito. And we're caught up on the chat. Let's see, over here, turn that one off, turn this one on, I said. Okay, project updates. We got a few today to go through. Tell you what, why don't we start off with Erico? And you're muted.
Right.
There
At
you
the
go.
moment, I was playing around with the code and
It doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, you want to come back? You want us to come back to you a little bit?
Can I be the last one?
Sure. All
Or
right.
the next one?
Remember, get your friend. If you have a demo, fork it. Put a branch.
Right.
Come back to it later.
Or at least
All
have backups of working code.
Or at least backups working code, yes.
All right. Tell you what, Rich, why don't you take over?
Okay. Well, hi. My name is Rich Stevens. For the past year or so, I have been helping out with the FujiNet project. For those who are not aware, FujiNet is a device to allow 8-bit computers to, among other things, connect to the internet, access programs and data online, do interactive online stuff, interact with the web. Got a real-time clock. It's got lots of other things. There are versions for Coco as well as Atari, Apple II, MS-DOS. There's also upcoming for C64 and other platforms. So what I had some people ask not long ago about, hey, can you do this? Well, I've been showing stuff in the Facebook group and people have asked, is there any way to make FujiNet work with emulators? Well, turns out there is a virtual version of the FujiNet firmware. We call it either FujiNet PC or sometimes we call it FujiNet LWM for Linux, Windows, Mac, because we build for all those platforms. And running that virtual FujiNet allows you to connect to various emulators. The one I like to use is XRoar. So I don't know if it's cool if I could share my screen. See how this works.
If your demo has sound, you may need to push a share sound button as well.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. Can you see my screen?
We have an LS.
Yeah. So this is a listing of FujiNet PC Coco. This is the executable and the script that runs it. There's a log that I had produced earlier, but so what you basically do is we've got a release page where you can download FujiNet PC for Linux, Windows, or Mac. This is the Linux version, and once I set it up, just expand the tar gzip into a directory, I can just run this script, run FujiNet, and it's going. So the next thing I can do is I can run XRoar. Now, because of the way I've got XRoar set up, I've got a here's an example of a config file that I've got for XRoar. This is actually several different Coco 2 and 3 configurations for XRoar that work with the HDB-DOS ROM so that it can connect to FujiNet over what we call Becker port over IP. So it's actually connecting over IP to XRoar. So if I just fire up XRoar, it'll boot into the FujiNet config program. So then I could go on to, these are various servers that are set up to, with software. Okay, never fails. Okay, that never happens. And of course it happened on live TV.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, don't feel bad. Bill Gates had the same problem.
That's when he went, whoa.
I just restarted it.
So is FujiNet standardizing on our red screen of death?
No. For some reason, that server just got hung up. Oh, that's interesting. This literally never happens. I was literally running this earlier today. This morning.
Is it just the one server? Or?
That's a good question. Let me try my local machine. Nope, it must be something going. I must be having some problems getting out of the internet here. This is my local server. Let's see. Let's try my weather app. Here's my weather app. This is using the FujiNet to connect to a web service. The FujiNet handles the job of dealing with, HTTP, HTTPS connections, TLS, all that stuff, and parses JSON for you. And then you could just inquire of the JSON. Now, give me these values. And so this is a weather application that uses a common service that does that. This is exactly the same thing that you would see if you were running the real physical FujiNet live.
Well, what's neat here is that you had a backup. It's good.
Yeah. Yep. But it's basically the same idea. Now, if
Is
you're
the Coco 3
live
version of the
FujiNet,
weather app, or is this Coco 1 and 2?
This is
Looks
the
like Coco
Coco 3 version. It's
Okay.
designed, the disk image is designed so that it will sense whether or not you're running a Coco 1.2 and then run the Coco, the proper version for a Coco 1, 2, or 3. Now,
Okay.
I've got a machine set up for a Coco 2. So if I boot this into a Coco 2, it'll automatically run the Coco 2 version, which is not quite as pretty. But
Just want to use artifact colors.
yeah, it's not using it's not using P mode 4, so it's not quite as high resolution to get a few more colors, but it still works. That's the idea. So I have posted the directions for setting up FujiNet PC with XROAR, along with my config file, all the necessary ROMs into a file on the Facebook group. If you go to the file section, look for XROAR FujiNet setup.zip. It has a document that walks you through it, walks you through doing it on Linux or Windows. It can also be on Mac. I didn't happen to add the instructions for Mac, but if anybody's interested in setting it up for Mac, we can talk about it on the FujiNet Discord, and somebody can help you out. And that's about
Pretty
it.
cool.
Got a comment
job.
from Brian Blake in the chat here. He said he's been playing with XWAR with FujiNet. He said the only real issue so far, have to shut down XWAR and the FujiNet app to clear disk assignment. Otherwise, restarting just boots the previous disk. I don't know if that's on purpose, so you can kind of pick up where you left off. Or
it's like this: when you reset a real Coco, the signal causes the real FujiNet to get reset. There's no such connection between XROAR and the virtual FujiNet. So the only way to get it to reset is to stop FujiNet and restart it.
okay,
And then once you do that, when I restart, it'll a hard reset. It'll boot right back into the config program again. Actually, usually I just have to, with XROAR, for some reason, it gets a little cranky, and I have to actually just restart XROAR. But same idea.
That screen's nice to see the FujiNet big and white.
post my screen.
The logo screen.
Yeah.
Yep. That was my baby. I didn't like the original one that used to just say loading config. It was kind of
Yeah,
plain
it
and
looks
boring.
good.
I said,
I think you
let's
did
put the
great.
logo up there. So, yep. So, I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Are you involved with the hardware side of things too, or are you basically the software guy right now?
I am not much of a hardware guy, although I do have, this is the prototype for the hardware port, cartridge port only version, what we call the bus only version. So there's no dongle that goes into the serial port. And it works. We've got a few more tweaks that we need to make to it. But I'm testing that and, doing a few little things software wise for the hardware, but I am not a hardware guy. We've got guys that design the circuit boards and all that stuff.
Rich, does that new one, is it actually bigger than the previous one?
The reason for that is this is designed, this board that's on here, we call it the Fujiversal board, and it actually has an adapter that goes for, it's kind of an ISA bus kind of a thing with an adapter. So this same board with a different adapter, we're working with to do an MSX version of this FujiNet. When we finally design the production version, it will be compacted down. But so this is it's really designed so that it makes it easy to just take this base board and then bring up new hardware, new platforms.
So it's kind of like the development version of the FujiNet, and the final product will be shrunk down.
The development version of the board.
And what kind of speed differences have you been seeing with the cartridge port, where you got 8 parallel bits for data instead of 1 at a time on the bit banger?
I haven't really done a lot of. It's kind of hard to empirically measure the speed difference because HDB DOS, for one thing, on a Coco 3 turns on high speed mode for everything. It's originally there to try to speed up the serial port to its maximum value, but it still does it. So it kind of throws off the measurements, but it is significantly faster. I mean, in my experience, loading programs, copying files, things like that, it's significantly faster.
Yeah, because I was wondering if it'd be getting closer to almost like hard drive speeds on the Coco versus floppy speeds, which is what the bit banger generally maxes at.
Well, yeah, just with the serial port version, I haven't touched a floppy in 40 years, but I imagine that loading a program over FujiNet is faster than doing it over a floppy.
So now we need Mega Read for FujiNet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's I know it's not utility for reading a megabyte of data and just to time how long it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need somebody to demonstrate FujiNet on a floppy. So we can tell.
Now you've been, I've actually, for part of the news here, we've been covering some other stuff. So you've got some other parts you've been doing for FujiNet lately too. Like you've got the first of the high score games where you've converted an older game over.
I did. I took Downwind. Okay, so Tom over the years,
Tom Cherry Holmes, for those wondering,
who's one of the originators of FujiNet, which started out on Atari, has taken several Atari games and converted them to store the high score. And the way it works is basically those disk images are sitting out on a server, and they're accessed remotely, and there's a bit in the firmware that says, okay, this sector on the hard drive, on the drive, is writable even though you haven't mounted it as write. And so it allows the program to write a high score table. So I said, well, let's do that for a Coco game. And I said, well, let's see what I can do with Downland. So I took Downland, I modified it so that there's a sector that a 10 high score table is written to, and I modified the program to show the high score table. There it is. And so you have to get a newer version of your firmware for your FujiNet for it to work. But the latest nightly on either FujiNet PC or the real version will work. And you just go to Scores Errata Online Coco Downland. That's where this high score table is. If you go to apps Errata Online Coco high score games download hs.disk, you mount and run that download from there, you'll get a version with a top 10 score list. And when you save a high score, it literally saves it to the disk image out on the Errata Online server. And then there's a scraper that scrapes the disks on a regular basis whenever they change and displays the high score. It's just something fun I wanted to do, so I did it.
Yeah. I was wondering how hard was it for patching, like in the case of down, like I know some games don't even have high score tables, or they just have one score. Others already have top 10 ones, kind of built in. A few of them are even saving it to disk like Sailor Man or something. How difficult is it for you to patch the games to do this kind of thing? Or does it vary wildly depending on the game?
Well, it does not, Download does not have a top 10 list. There's I had to add an extra screen and all that. Now, I know this may not be popular, but I am not the world's smartest assembly language programmer. I know very little assembly at all. So I have a friend who helped me do this, to use the euphemism. And
is she watching now?
Well, what they say, Big Brother is always watching. I have found it to be a useful tool. And I understand the sociological implications of some of it, and some people are not very happy with it. When it comes to AI, I say trust but verify. So, and I do that. I don't believe that I would be able to use it as a tool nearly as effectively if it was not for my 30 years of programming experience. So, take with that as you will, but there's a lot of stuff that I have been able to do for FujiNet in the last 6 months that I would not have been able to do otherwise, or I would not have been able to do nearly
do it as fast. Yeah.
Otherwise,
I know I've been one of those people that, is kind of a little bit rough on AI, but this is the perfect thing for it, because this is more like grunt work. Like you'd have to disassemble some other program manually, insert the code, insert screens in this case.
Yep.
And that's kind of a waste of programming talent if you're capable of, say, writing full-blown software projects and games and stuff. This is perfect idea for it. I would be totally for it.
Yep.
Just give it to the intern.
Yeah, and verify the code.
Yeah, make sure you didn't screw it up too bad, and you're good.
Yeah. Well, even stuff that I apply to the firmware or other programs, we've got other guys on the team that are scanning the PRs, and they hold me accountable. It's like, this doesn't make sense. Why did you do this? And I'll go back and I'll make it right.
So is Downline kind of your test case? Again, you noticed that you wanted people to try it, and nobody had this post.
It is, and I am very much open for suggestions on the next game to do. I was thinking maybe something like Megabug or something like that.
Possibly some game that's part of a greater chain, because the high score tables are liable to be similar for a whole series of games that way.
Yeah, like Spectral Associates kind of use their same high score routines for their top 10 for all their games, like Ghost Gobbler, Miss Gobbler, Defense, Lancer, whatever it was. So that might be a good one to do. That it should be fairly simple once you figure out how the original routine works, or the AI figures how the original routine works. It's going to be pretty well the same for all of their games.
Did you say Defense?
Yes, I did. Yes, the one game you play, Ron. That one.
That's right.
Ron's game.
Ron will be on the high score table on FujiNet soon, folks.
Or I could use AI to insert my score there.
Why don't you get AI to play the game for you? Then you can claim that you're a great game player too. So like this post was done on the 22nd where you hadn't gotten any feedback yet. And then some of the comments, it looks like some people have tried it. Have you gotten some results yet? Does it seem to be working okay?
I've only had one person say that they tried it, but they did not update their firmware. So,
so it doesn't actually send the game score up.
It won't update the score. It can't write to the sector unless you get that updated firmware.
And that's a nightly build, not a regular download at this point, right?
That is correct. It's not a.
So that might be why some people haven't gotten it. They might just be going through the official quote unquote channel.
Yep. Yeah, I did this after the last official release, so should be in the next official release.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, like, how often does FujiNet get official release? Do you have a fixed schedule, or is it just when enough features are working on the various platforms? Or
yeah, it's pretty much. I've been working with the team for about a year now, and we've done two major releases with a couple of tweak releases. So take that as, how you will. I think it's pretty much, whenever it reaches critical mass, when there's enough things added, we decide, hey, it's about time to do a release.
I'm kind of scared to flash mine because I have a nightmare scenario where it, breaks down or something happens during the load and then it's unusable or something.
Yeah, it gets bricked.
Yeah. So I'm nervous. But I guess
I've never had a problem flashing.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of anybody having a problem?
I have not.
Oh, well, that's.
Yeah. Like the Coco STC, of which there's thousands out there. Every once in a while, you get one that flashed bad, but it has a backup version on there. So you can usually just reflash it and it's okay. But yeah, does FujiNet have a backup like that? Like a built-in base firmware that you can get to in case something went wrong, like a power cut out in the middle of it or something?
Well, I mean, the FujiNet Flasher program has got built into it links to all the releases. So all the official releases. So you can always just reflash again.
And the ESP32 has a built-in bootloader that will prevent bricking.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Also, I wanted to mention Kieran, author of XROAR, but also the author of Blockdown, which is a really good modern Tetris clone. Suggests that as being a game, and since he's the author, he obviously has the source code. So if you wanted a nice, easy one to put the high score table in, that would be a good one to do.
Holler at me, man. I'll do it.
You're on the Coco Discord, right, Rich?
I am. I'm on the Coco Discord and the FujiNet Discord.
Excellent.
And the
Kieran's on there too.
Historical Computing Society Discord. What's that?
Excellent. You're well networked.
Yeah, I try. I try. Yep. I will be at the VCF Southeast next weekend. I think we got somebody who's doing a FujiNet table there, so I'll hang out there on Saturday. And I think I'm going to go to VCF Midwest in Chicago in September, or August, September, whenever it is.
Hey, Rich, FB Research said in the comments, if a problem occurs when flashing, hold down the A button before flashing helps. The FujiNet, pay attention to the FujiNet flasher. Yeah. Kind of like a reset thing.
I actually had that happen myself when I first got it. And Brian from FB Research, they make all the current production flavors of FujiNet. So if anyone wants to buy one, that's a place you can go. Atari, Apple II, the RS-232 version for MS-DOS and Coco. And now, thanks to the efforts of Bill Athing,
the Dragon.
So that's pretty cool. But yes, I did have that happen. Interestingly enough, if I flash from Windows, I have to press the button. But if I flash from the Linux version of the FujiNet flasher, I don't. Don't ask. I don't know.
First world problems. That's what it
Yep.
is.
I want to thank you because you've been putting a lot of effort into getting the Coco versions of all the software for FujiNet and testing FujiNet, et cetera. Sounds like you're a bit involved with the software side of the new version as well. And that's the one I'm really looking forward to.
Yep. When you watch the lights, the Wi-Fi light come on and the activity light flash, that's me. I did that.
Thanks, Rich.
You bet.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for coming on.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
I think I'm okay now.
Think you're ready? Okay.
Setting up your screen share.
Can I be the next one?
Yeah, you're up.
Yeah, you're up. You're on.
All right. Then the very first thing, since we're talking about FujiNet and what a great project, recommend it to everyone, is that Brazilian guys Victor Trucco and Mauricio Machi, they ran I'm seeing if I can show you guys. This is
They
a
built the boards.
Yes, they built the boards. Victor Trucco designed it, and so you have here the disk extended color basic, and there's power here. There's a couple buttons, couple LCDs, and an SD card under here, micro SD card. So I've got this one from them, and most of the Brazilian users also got it. So hopefully we can be doing some FujiNet stuff pretty soon.
Good.
And it's interesting. I mean, there is no excuse for those who are doing software because you can use FujiNet from the emulators and from the web and from this variety of different areas it's popping up. So as far as development goes, everybody should be well served. But it's interesting to have it running on the real machine. So that's the reason I got the board. Hopefully, throughout this year, we'll have some stuff going. And on that subject, since you guys know I do games, I'm interested in trying multiplayer games at some point. And I've been doing a little tank game I've designed a little while ago. It was part of a bunch of testings I was doing with Alan Hoffman. And let me share the screen here and show you guys what it's all about. Oh yes, what exactly is the share screen here? This one should be and sound, right? We need sound.
Yeah, I'll show you the little button for share sound.
Oh, I didn't see that button, but it doesn't have a meaningful sound at this point. So you guys are looking at the screen, right?
We are now, yep.
Yes. Okay, so here on the right, you have the code. This is done in UG Basic. So just to give you guys an idea, it's short code. This is just a bunch of variable declaration. Keep track of the code. And on this part here, you have a sort of little introduction, which was what I was actually coding. Now, it's supposed to be a 3-player game, so I was doing the control system, right? So whoever presses buttons or key presses dictates the player which is going to happen. It's still work in progress. But the main loop starts here, right down here. Oops. Right? So it starts here, and it goes through a state machine, considering the player. In the tank, it's bullets, another state machine, 2 objects, and that's pretty much it. The rest, the subroutine down here is about generating maps. So if you run the game, you get this thing you see here on the left. Okay, so it's just displaying a random tiles on P mode 4 artifact colors. This is one of the tasks of this game is about designing things on blocks of 8 by 8 in P mode 4. you get a very small restriction. You are very restricted when it comes to colors, to the artifact colors, I mean, right? We know that this colorful image is in fact when it's in fact a 1-bit image, like you see here, right? So it's a little bit hard to actually add details to this size of blocks, 8x8. I mean,
Yeah, because virtually is almost like a 4x8 because of the artifact. I mean, not quite, but
yes, it's strange because you'd suppose if you have a block like this one here and you want to move it on P mode 4 and you want to retain it, you are going to move it 2 pixels horizontally. But if you're moving it horizontally and you have and you're going to generate these frames or have it preloaded, then you can move it by a single pixel. It's so it's a little bit hard to explain, but you actually can. But it's not something you are gonna move a bitmap. Then you have to do that by 2 pixels. But you can do it by 1 if you have extra bitmaps on that location with the current information, or if you reassemble the black and white pixels. It's an interesting thing. Anyway, the screen here is divided in 32 by 24, 8x8 pixels, and if I start it here, this is what the game is about, or at least the demo so far. You can move this little tank around. It's interesting when you design such a small graphics like these tanks. Is an interesting thing is that if you take a look down here on these tiles, you will notice that they it's not really intuitive on what exactly you're going to plot the points and what exactly it's going to look like with the artifact colors. So when you get down to details of this size, it gets down to trial and error. So back here on the game, there is a generated level, as you guys can see here. It's supposed to be a 3-player game. You have another tank up here and another on the right side of the screen, and you can shoot, right? And your shots destroy the environment, at least the trees, the vegetation. And it's going to be something like a tank versus tank duel kind of game. Probably add NPCs like a bunch of spiders and do a survival kind of game where 3 players can try to hang out while spiders are popping up everywhere. Something of that sort. And it's supposed to be an action game. And apart from the 8x8 graphic size, the other experimentation here relates to using both joysticks and the keyboard read every cycle in an action game. I would like to have an idea of the overload I would get on that on UG Basic. And that's pretty much it. Here I can generate different scenarios. Let me generate another one. Maybe another
now
one.
your character movement right now is tile based, right? It's based on the 8x8 grid. You move it inside.
Yes, if you press the key or the joystick to a direction, it moves 4. It has 4 animation sets. This one you guys see here, right? Moving left and moving right, and 2 colors. And moving up and down, it actually uses an 8x8. When it's moving sideways, it uses a 16x8 block.
Yep.
It's I'm trying to use the fastest way to draw on screen. So I'm gonna keep the background white, and I'm gonna blit the objects with the white background auto erasing themselves. And I'm not gonna use a second buffer or anything. It's things are just blitted on screen. And let's see if I can add these 2 more players. It's certainly possible. And I would like to add a bunch of enemies, and I would like to see how many of them I can have on screen with certain kind of intelligence, and still keep a good action speed. Hopefully I'll be able to add some music like other games I did in the past, but we'll see. It's a mixture between experimentation and doing a simple game. And I guess that's it. This is grounds for a possible multiplayer game through the internet. Maybe this kind of stuff can be turned into a action point strategy kind of game. There are many possibilities, but for now it's just about a 3-player single computer game and action based, just to see what happens. And
I just didn't mean to make a 3-player head-to-head over FujiNet version.
Yes, that's one possibility. What goes on in this game here right now is there is an array underneath it, and while you have all these animations and everything, the game is actually very simple. It's just some numbers changing into an array. It should be possible to transmit this information kind of like in a good speed. It's worth trying. But for FujiNet, I would probably first try something a little bit more turn-based, right? Instead of trying to get the action.
Erico, what you've got there, though, would fit into my Nicot OS gaming operating system, because the idea there was you would transmit at most maybe 50, 60 bytes per second to all the other players and interchange that way.
Yes, and each computer can calculate whatever is going on its own.
Yeah. And that's real time. That's not turn-based.
I'm trying. What's funny? I'm trying to while I'm creating the control scheme, I'm doing it in a way that it's a matter of if every system has the background of the game running, they just share the controls, right? Which happens to be 5 inputs, up, down, left, right, and a fire button. So the calculation of the game can happen on the other machines, right? The motions and everything. I think it's worth a try.
Yes, that looks good.
Agreed.
And guess that's it. It's pretty quick to, well, I think I've said that before. Using UniBasic to code this kind of stuff is extremely easy. The code is very small, things are very simple. I think I've got I'll draw stuff here in Photoshop, right? As you guys can see, this is part of my scheme to generate artifact colors. This is the engine that generates the artifact colors. So I get them black and white of things here. I'm not sure this, yeah, that's just some testings. And sprites and explosions. But when it comes to the tail, this is not enough, right? You have to give it a try on the real thing. And well, that's it, people.
Tables at the very bottom, the color tables that you had, is that stuff that you derived yourself, or is there a source for that info?
Oh no, that's mine. This tables down here, stuff
that's
I've
what I
collected.
thought. Those are brilliant. I love seeing that.
As they give a good you have a very good way of dealing with colors. This one's not sure if I can show you guys. I'm about to fashion here. The upper ones you see here, they are all the valid colors, right? And I use because artifact colors and the way we deal image with colors nowadays, in a sense that a pixel carries position and color information. And when it comes to artifact colors, it's a totally alien image format, digital image format. I've generated a in-between format, right? So I can bridge between both. So I can keep a certain kind of lookalike preview, which happens to be this palette you see here of pure colors. This is compatible with nowadays code. So even if I generate something in a 3D application, like Blender or something like that, if I stick to these colors here, I can then run a process to bridge them to the color computer. And the ones you see up here in that has a black square, they are not actually pure. They generate meaningful stuff. So they can be used everywhere. The ones you have down here are pretty much the ramps, the bigger ramps you have on this on the artifact colors. These two here in the middle, they are kind of like line jitter, right? because this line jittering has a meaning. It's not something you're going to use everywhere, but they're available. And you can break the artifact colors into this set of eight ramps here, which is pretty good. You can understand this as going from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, kind of violet and wine color. So you have a broader visual kind of spectrum when you're converting, right? Most of the time you want to convert, if you're converting existing image, you want to turn it sort of orange and blue. In this case here, you can direct the colors to take use of the green, purple, and different primary colors. It's just color shuffling, right? And this is what they actually become. You notice here the ones in the middle, they have this line jitter. It's the kind of tones you would want to use on a mirror or maybe on a lake, right? They have a more specific purpose. And the ones you see with black lines up here, it's because they look like a checkboard or they look like bricks. So the pattern has a meaning, right? If you're doing a castle in the sky, then you might want to use this blue kind of brick layer here, and you get the free texture. It's just color shuffling, right? Trying to get control on the artifact colors, to use it in
back in the day on the Apple, they called it dithering, where you blend colors to get kind of a partial color or to affect the artifact colors.
It's interesting that the artifact colors on the color computer and the Apple and the Atari, as far as those goes, the different tones already comes with jittering, with some level of jittering. I think the Apple can do the other phase as well. There's a trick, you can change the phase in a line, if I'm not wrong.
That's how it does the base colors, yeah.
Yeah, that's how you had the green and the magenta. Basically, phase shifted from the blue and orange.
All right, so you have a whole different set. But anyway,
the deluxe Coco had that option too, but we never got that, unfortunately.
Oh, that's nice. But the original NTSC is pretty good, which happens to be the ones I just showed you guys. And the Brazilian artifact colors, you add two more colors, two more tones. So it can get to something even weirder and not common anywhere. I don't suppose any. Well, we just have Poem in Brazil, so it's very unique. But that's another story. The idea here is to have this tank stuff flowing pretty soon. I'll see if I do some coding throughout the CoCoNation show today. Maybe by the end of the show, I'll pop in and I hope I can show you guys the 3 players on screen. And that's it. Hopefully this week at some point I'll have that available for people to give it a try. And if you're eager to give it a try anyway, you just pop on the UG Basic Discord channel and let me know. I can upload a binary.
Cool, thanks.
That's terrific.
There's probably some stuff I did with RoboCop sprites. I'm not sure if it's on the news today or our past show. The one interesting thing about the color computer is, or maybe the 6809, is when you think about MSX machines with their hardware sprites, there's a limit to the size of an object you can move around. Otherwise, you have to rely on the Z80. And the kind of difference I feel when I work with graphics on the color computer is that it feels it can move bigger bitmaps much easier, right? If we can actually create really huge bitmaps using all the artifact colors because they're just black and white, and that kind of stuff wouldn't really be easily possible on the likes of MSX, which is easier to move small objects in a sprite form. This is really interesting. For example, the tank explosion, I have displays 9 tiles, right? It's faster for me to have a 24 by 24 bitmap being displayed than actually plotting every single of the 9 8x8s. It's interesting. Very powerful machine, the Coco.
Cool, thanks.
Okay. All right. Next up, Rick, are you showing us the screen you intend to show us? All right. Well, next up, Henry.
Okay, mine's going to be, I think, kind of quick today, but let's see, two small things before I show my demo. One, this is a FujiNet hat for the Centipede card. So the Centipede is taking notice of all the great work that's happening in FujiNet, and the pin sticking up right there on the corner of the card, that's what plugs into the Centipede.
You
And
know,
then this gives
them
you
them's blood drawing pins.
yeah, then this gives you the ESP32 and it gives you the SD card there. So that's something that Bill Athing has been helping with, and would be a neat thing. Second item, this goes under acquisitions. Finally
You
got
got an
myself
MC10.
an MC10, and what interested me about the MC10 is that expansion port on the back there, which looks like it's it needs a 36 pin connector instead of the 40 pin connectors that the Coco uses. There's no way to use a 40 to make this work, right?
Hacksaw.
Correct.
Yeah, so I'll have to order some of those, but it has the same kind of
Get with Ken Wilmot. He'll probably give you some pointers where to find something.
Okay, all right, great. It's got a select enable just like the Coco does, which means that a card like the Centipede would be able to interact strongly with that hardware. So that looks interesting to me. And now I want to show you this same old Coco 2 that I've been demoing with and show you what happens when I turn it on. So it goes into a screen. Can you all read that?
You have to pan up right now. You're showing the bottom of the V.
We can see the
Does it
plotted
focus?
line. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Okay, let's type ls.
Oh, it's like a terminal.
ls enter. And there's some files. ls, what's in the etc directory. There's a file in there. Let's do a word count on etc. Actually, let's make this easier. I can glob if I start my command with fs for file system. Let's do a word count on etc/a star.
I really do enjoy seeing that TCL right there up front. Just FYI.
All right. Okay. Good. Someone appreciates it. I'll show you. This is TCL 6.7, which is like, I don't know, 20, 30 years old now. And if I ask info on the globals, there's one called label with a big L. And let's ask for the names, array names on label. By the way, this is a 16K Coco with a Centipede card in it. And one of the keys down in there is ID. So let's look at label paren ID paren. This is the card with the name Z09. So it's a 32Z number 09. So what we're doing is we're running Tickle on the RP2350B on the Centipede. This file system that we're seeing is in the flash memory of the Centipede. Now, this is where we could put floppy images and have ROM images and whatever it is we want to store on our Centipede that the Coco can get access to when we put it in. And it can access the label sector where I label each of these Centipedes before they go out, so they have unique names like Z09. And finally, I can leave this environment. And by the way, this whole environment is running really on the RP2350. It's on the Centipede card, and it's using the screen and the keyboard of the Coco by spoon feeding. There's really no 6809 codes running except for tiny bits of instructions to have the effect of letting me take over the keyboard and the screen. Just kind of borrowing that hardware. And when I say bye from Tickle, we go back into running as a Coco, but the Centipede is providing floppy, and Erico is providing demos. LOADER and run. And so the floppy's being emulated on the Centipede, just like I've been showing this demo for a couple of months now. It takes off and goes. So the point of that is that I'm getting the Centipede so that we can configure it for different environments, for a Coco 3, for a Coco 2, for whether you want to do this version of Disk Basic or another version of Disk Basic, and be able to configure it. So this is using Tickle as a configuration language. Now, to the end user, we don't have to expose that, or maybe you hold down Shift Break while you boot, and then that gives you the Tickle environment to debug in. That's kind of like open firmware on the Macintosh or the Spark, puts you into a fourth environment in the old days. And I'm going to use a Tickle environment because I think it's a little easier. And that also gives you an environment to copy files into and off of your PC. Oh, I forgot to demo that. There's a directory named /PC that actually gives you a directory listing from your PC, and from Tickle commands you can copy files onto your Centipede or back to save work. So that's good progress.
Nice.
Cool.
Very cool stuff. I can see that being useful for the FujiNet stuff too. Put the correct FujiNet ROM on there, boot it up into Dragon FujiNet or Coco FujiNet. Yeah, absolutely right. And we can also like have it sync the latest version of software or let you choose stuff like that. I want it to let's see, how do I say this? I want it to have a Tickle startup command, probably written in Tickle, that runs a menu program that looks like a BIOS, where you use arrows to move around and just turn features on or off, so that
I like it. Yeah.
So that it's as easy as that to say, does this Centipede card need to provide 64K of RAM, or should it stay out of that business? You know, which do you want, a disk 11 basic, or do you want HDB DOS?
Nice. Yeah.
Do you want tracing of every instruction cycle, or do you want to trace started when a certain address is read or written? And
as far as the 64K versus 16K, if you're going to spoon feed it at boot up to get the Tickle interface and the configuration stuff, you could actually read from the PIA whether or not it's 16 or 32 anyway.
That's right. We could. I don't know if reading from the PAA. You'll have to tell me how to do that.
Yeah.
But what I always see is basic. Walking through memory and determining what the highest memory is. We could step through and and do that.
Yeah, you could get that from the same place it records it, or there is a first the machines that support 16 or 32K anyway. There's a jumper that's hanging off of one of the PIA pins, and so that might be faster to. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speed's not gonna matter that much. Here's a bug that threw me for a day. I was ignoring the SAM bits for whether you're 4K or 16K or 3264K because I'd heard they didn't really matter. Well, I was not able to display this P4 mode on my screen. It would only display like the top third or the top 2/3, and the bottom would be completely empty. And that's because I had left the SAM bits saying it's only 4K of memory. And so I was unable to get it to look at the entire 6K frame buffer and display it until I changed the bit to say, hey, you're actually a 16K machine. And then keep my frame buffers in that lowest part. So there's a learning there that don't ignore those bits completely. Every week I still learn things about this entire machine and
that's
ecosystem.
what keeps us around here.
That
is a lot of the fun.
That it really is. That's why we can have hours of news of what's newest and latest in the world of Radio Shack color computers every week. Okay, thank you, folks, and thank you, Bill, for your help.
Yeah, no worries.
No, thanks.
I just had an incredibly stupid idea, if I can bring it up.
Sure. You have anything to update too as well, or?
This is kind of it. I've been soldering all week, but it created this. I guess you can kind of see. So anyway, I was soldering key fixes all week because I sold some. Thank you, everyone. And the switches come in a cut reel tape thing, like this. Well, if you've ever seen those little pi-based Cocos and so forth, they all have a keyboard, but it never works. So it occurred to me, if I was to use the packaging for those tapes and maybe add some appropriate keycaps, I could end up with the really nice proportional. So if you want to make a Coco with a bezel width of 5 inches wide and 1 3/4 inch tall, you can have a functional keyboard in that space and really tick people off. I like this idea.
An MC10 is the next question.
It's smaller than an MC10.
Fix for that, but you can make a key fix for that.
You should do that. Yeah, but I'm going to draw this up just because it's so evil.
Of course, you've been soldering. Just look at all the scabs.
Oh yeah, well that's old man skin. You start out with leather and end up with parchment paper. So
no bird. What is the story on that hand there?
Right.
All
so
right.
In any case, like I say, I've been soldering. I've still got some of my hair. Give me a break.
That's why I stopped. So I still have hair.
All right. Any other project updates?
I can do one.
Okay, Nick, go ahead.
Oh, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hang on. Let me get things.
Nick, who?
All right, if I must.
If I have to. Now, let me see. Better wake up, eh? Find the share.
It's a safe share sound too.
Yeah. So I've just got an update on my my game. Get Off My Lawn. So there's just a bit of a graphic there that I've been working on. So I've done a bit more on the game. It's starting to take shape. I've got the first of the main aliens appearing. Is that picture coming through at all?
Yeah, the Get Off My Lawn cover art. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the
Good old Jerry.
Old Jerry's there. That's right. So the game, I've added the birds that will appear in the game. And you can see the flying. Actually, I'll just bring up the screenshot. Where's the game itself? So many buttons. Now,
Rick can make some smaller ones for you, apparently.
yeah, in that artifacting. Okay, let's share the actual screen. And okay, is that coming through?
Yes, as created by Nicholas Marini's 2026.
Yes, very nice.
Okay. Now, let's see if I can just bring up the relation. Okay, well, I've shown it before, but the game is, for those who haven't seen it, is it's a simple little arcade game, a single screen shooter basically, and it's designed for a Coco. Well, it's for Coco 1 and 2. It'll run on a 3, of course. It'll run on a Dragon, and it's going to be for a ROM pack. In the end of it all, because I do require the higher clock speed. The Coco, the game itself uses interrupt-driven sound on the Coco 1 and 2, which unfortunately to get that, it does eat up a fair number of CPU cycles that I need for the game. So it does slow it down. So the game needs to run at 1.79 megahertz, of which the Coco 1 can only do when the game is in ROM. So hence the game has to run, when it's done, has to run off a ROM pack. So this will be my first ever ROM pack game. Now,
so that's
under
16K?
VCC, it's of course running as a Coco 3, and on a Coco 3, of course, you can run at 1.79. So the demo you're looking at now is running at 1.79. And I'll just start the game. That's the game. I'll just do a pause so I can explain things. Pause is called ceasefire in this game. You basically are that little character down the bottom. Little manual character's name is Jerry Attrick, and you're defending your garden. So
Jerry needs a bigger shotgun.
Well, you can get bigger guns though.
They do have, well, not, yeah, well, I'll show those in a minute. So you've got your garden bed down the bottom there. You can see all the flowers growing, and that's his lawn there. There's a tree in the background. You can see a big flying saucer in the top. That's for the later levels. So in this test version, I've just got it popping up so I can just do tests. So it doesn't do anything at the moment, but yeah, it's not normally always there, but I've just got it up there. And I'll just continue the game a bit more. The birds are coming out from the tree, and you can quickly see that they are running down and grabbing flowers. I'll just pause it because it's going a bit fast. So the birds will flutter around, and they're after your flowers. So they'll fly down, grab a flower, and then try to fly away with it. The game ends when you've lost all your flowers. So you've got to defend your flower garden, and you can defend that because you do have guns. So you can... And now when you do shoot a bird that is carrying a flower, hang on, let me get rid of that. Yeah, okay, well, I've lost them all now. Now the game doesn't end because I haven't got the end in there yet. But the flower will then float back down to the ground, Now, if it hits the ground, well, you lose the flower again. So you've got to catch the flower on the way down. At the moment, you can't catch it either. They just automatically replant at the moment.
Can you hold more than one at a time?
Oh, you just have to run through it as it's coming down. I'll just
run and hit it, and then it's saved.
Yeah, you just have to touch it when it comes down, and that's it. It will automatically replant.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, so it's not hard to do. You can see them grabbing the flowers, and they fly off the top of the screen. Another bird will come out of the tree then to take its place. And you can, of course, move left and right, and you've also got 4 different guns. So in the top center of the screen is the gun display. So at the moment, you've got the pistol, that little yellow line. Actually, I'll just move the line. You can move the sector. So the pistol, one at a time. The next weapon is a rifle. Now this one, it's one shot again. It's using what are those bullets that shotguns use for hunting, which have all the little pellets inside them.
Like a shotgun?
Bird shot?
A what?
Bird shot?
Yeah, you know where you got. It's not a single bullet; it's a whole lot of little.
Yeah, there's a bunch of little balls like.
You get more spread as it comes out, so you don't have to hit.
You can actually hit more things, more birds with this in one shot. So that's what the rifle does. Carefully, some.
Oh yeah, there you just got 3, for example.
Yes, that's right. So the spread hits more. The next weapon, and I'll just move over a bit, is machine gun. It really
forget spread. We'll just throw a whole half a clip up there.
And you get scores, of course, when you kill the birds.
And you've got a bullet counter below there too, I see.
Now below that, you can see a bullet counter. So you do run out of ammo, as I'm about to with the machine gun. And that's it. I'm out. And at the moment, you can't refill it. That'll be the next thing I'll be working on, to get these things whereby you can collect them to collect more ammo and recharge your gun. But at the moment, when you run out, you've just got to switch to another weapon that still has ammo. You have unlimited ammo when you're in the pistol, though. It's just unlimited. You just keep firing, but you can only kill one thing at a time.
You have 10 birds going around, right?
Sorry?
You have 10 birds going around.
There's up to 10 at the moment. I'm doing tests to see how many I can handle. So it's handling 10 okay.
Yeah,
it could probably do a few more. But the goal isn't just to have 10 birds. There will be also be drones will fly around the screen, and the drones will be coming down to grab your flowers. The drones will be a little bit more intelligent. The birds just flutter around. That's all they do, and then they just come and pick the flowers. The drone will dodge you a bit more, and then come down and grab a flower. And you get more points for hitting a drone. And of course, the final thing is there is a UFO, and that's what you're seeing there all the time. And the UFO it's basically doing an alien abduction, and it'll be beaming down, grabbing flowers to take them away. So you've got to prevent that from happening as well. So the idea is that I'll be able to have, so far it's showing that I'll be able to have all of those aliens on screen at once moving, up to 10. But I'm looking like I might
while keeping
be
your interrupt-driven sound going at that decent
and
clip.
there's interrupt-driven sound, which does chew up a bit of the CPU time. Right. Well.
So what is the fourth gun before we forget to show that?
That's the rocket propelled grenade. So
these are very valuable flowers.
Well, appropriate for saucers, I guess.
Perfect for gardening.
Not really, but Jerry's is a very keen.
He loves his flowers.
That's right. Now, the rocket propelled grenade's not quite fully finished yet, but basically, when you launch a grenade, it blows up and it destroys everything on the screen at once.
That's your smart bomb, basically.
Mega weapon.
Yeah, that's right. Nice. That's the equivalent of a smart bomb. And you can launch it, but it doesn't quite kill anything yet. That'll be probably get that going hopefully before the end of the show, actually. I've got the code ready to go. But when you launch it, you get a big boom like that and it'll just kill everything. And you get stored on everything as well.
That's more like an EMP than it is RPG.
It's a what?
EMP,
electromagnetic. You could do, but I don't know if you can normally kill a bird with an EMP.
Oh, no. I thought they were the aliens.
No.
So you got a grenade that comes up and makes a burst.
A grenade. Right? Yeah, a grenade that just goes up and just blows a big... It's a smart bomb. That's all.
Let me ask you something. If an enemy is taking a flower away, do you have anything like Defender, like where you can shoot and get that flower back, or if it's picked up, it's gone?
No. Once it's picked up, if you shoot the bird or the drone before it leaves the screen, the flower. I'll just exit. I'll show you again.
It falls back and
it falls back. That's right.
Yeah, but you have to catch it, otherwise it just.
You have to catch it.
So you can't just stand and shoot. You got to worry about your.
Did you see that?
Now, right now you don't have to catch it, right? You have to.
No, everything survives and it replants itself, so it goes back in the ground. So that's what you're going to do. You're trying to preserve your garden, and any time a bird goes and takes it, you've got to try and get it back. If you don't, well, you lose it. You lose all your flowers like it's done right now. It's game over. It doesn't take long for them to take them all. So yeah, it's going to be pretty action, a lot of action.
All right. So now you got the whole mechanic of: do I run over to the left side to save this one flower, or do I stay over here and shoot the birds?
Yeah, well, that's
steal 5 flowers from this side.
Or do I still have one of my smart bomb equivalent there?
So I can just blow the heck out of everything. But then, if you blow up your smart bomb, do you have to run around and catch like 7 flowers that are falling all at once?
Yes.
That's okay. Yep. That's a problem.
It's your control looks like to be analog. Is it analog accurate? How are you moving?
No, it's digital.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just pressing it runs with a keyboard or off joystick. It works with both.
Nice.
But I'm just using the keyboard at the moment. Let me just switch to the real ammo here. So yeah, that's basically you, and you can see the gun recoil whenever he fires.
Right.
What else have I got in there? Oh, there's a little heartbeat in the top right. Basically, that's because Jerry Attrick is an old.
He's got to worry about that.
That's right. He's
talk about going for your target market.
I'm coming, Elizabeth.
That's right. He does get fatigued. So if you're moving about and shooting and carrying on a lot, he gets tired. So it does tend to slow down. Well, it doesn't slow down, but his heart rate speeds up. At the moment, it doesn't, but that's what will happen. His heart rate will will start to speed up, and it'll get to the point where it'll change color. It'll go blue, and if you continue like that for too long, he will have a cardiac arrest, and he dies. So you don't want him to die. So you've got to slow down and let him rest a bit as well.
Oh, that's kind of fun. Maybe he can't aim upwards at first anymore.
Well,
getting weak. I gotta rest.
Basically, got to rest.
Yeah,
but
catch a breath animation.
with everything coming at you, you don't have a lot of time to rest. So
Right?
you've got to really sort of control your fatigue as well as while you're playing.
Well, you have a little health boost and stuff that you can get to kind of get it back as well as the gun clips.
Yes, there will be. I mentioned before, there will be these things that you can collect to recharge your ammo, but there will also be a defibrillator available. So the code will probably just keep an eye on your heart rate, and if your heart rate's getting to be too high, it'll give you a defibrillator which you've got to catch. The defibrillator will fall from the sky or the ammo packs, and you've got to catch it, and that's how you acquire it.
Pacemaker kicks in.
Oh, right. So I've got a heart attack. I can barely walk, and here comes the defibrillator. I gotta stagger my.
As soon as the defibrillator appears, you got to go for that very quickly. And that will show your heart rate, and then you'll be able to go again. So that'll be coming up as well. I don't really want the player to just die every time, easily die when he gets tired, because that's going to make the game. So basically, it's going to throw a defibrillator at you whenever it sees your heart rate's getting high. So you can manage it. But yeah, with the flowers all go like it is now, the game ends right there. You can, I mean, I've got a crappy keyboard. I can't play it very good on this keyboard. But with the joystick on, you can actually survive for a fair while just shooting birds and stuff. I'll just go reset it. Surrender is quit, basically. Yeah, it's very hard on this little crappy keyboard I've got. Because the cursor keys up. Time. You can see it's replanting everything. So it does move fairly quickly, and you can fire, especially when you've got things like a machine. Demolish it very quickly. So you just got to keep a track on your ammo and collect ammo and defibrillators as you go, as well as trying to kill birds. And that's basically it. As I said, there's drones that are going to be coming, and they're being, of course, driven by an intelligent off-screen player.
Oh, right.
And it'll be a bit smarter, and it'll try to dodge your fire, not like the birds. They just flutter around looking for food. But the drone and the UFO, I'm doing a close encounters of the third kind type thing, whereby you got the big flying saucer, and it will send down laser beams, scanning the ground, and then randomly picking a flower and beaming it up to the UFO, so which you can then just sort of shoot the UFO at the beam to get your flower back. So
this is obviously based on real life events, then, right?
Right. He's been sucked up before. Well, that could be cool. Yeah, it's vulnerable when it sucks up a flower or something. So that's your point to maybe damage it or something.
So it's just a simple single screen shooter, really. But
let me ask.
Well, it used to be, but it's going into a much more interesting game now.
Yeah. Erico, go ahead. You had a question, Erico?
Yes. When it comes to fundamental gameplays, we discussed it this subject offline some few times already. When I look at that, the three games that pops into my mind are three fundamental mechanics. I see a little bit of Defender because of the rescuing of the flowers. I see a little bit of an ancient arcade called The End, where it was sort of like Alexian, where the enemies would pick up things underneath you and write the end on the screen. It was an ancient arcade game. And I see a little bit of a little bit more modern game, Pang, It's a Japanese game where you throw a rope and you blow bubbles, and the bubbles bounce around the screen. I kind of see a mix of these three almost fundamental gameplays. I would like to know if from you, what were your references, inspirations to come up with this cool mixed idea?
There's a game on the TRS-80 Model 1 called Defense Command by Big Five Software. It's based on that. It's basically like that, but it's in space. And there's aliens that come down and try to grab your energy pods. So it's basically that. I just took that game, and then I thought, well, I don't want to do a copy of the game completely, not a complete copy of the game. I thought, well, can I just sort of change the scenario, come up with a different storyline? Yeah, it doesn't always have to be space, and shooting aliens.
Really?
I thought, let's go for something a bit more down to earth, let's say. And I figured since most of us are all getting to that geriatric stage anyway, I thought this would probably be the ideal sort of generating a character, Jerry Attrick. I thought was a funny idea. So,
it is a game I can relate to.
Yeah, I think it's a more relatable idea than a space shooter. And
the game it most reminds me of is an old Cinematronics arcade game called Ripoff, where you're protecting things and you have to shoot everything that's trying to pick them up and steal them from you. So it's kind of following your flower thing. There was a Coco version of that called Gaze On in '83, I think it was. That's kind of loosely based on, but it's just a bunch of, your flowers or the equivalent of flowers are all like little fuel pods in the middle, and aliens are coming from every which way, and you have to like shoot them, and wherever you hit them, they drop that. So now you get your stuff spread out, so it's harder to protect. But the arcade game is kind of along the same lines too. But I like all the extra bits here, like different weapons, like none of that's in there. The heartbeat's not in there.
Weapons.
Can I reveal my advanced age right now?
Bosses.
This reminds me of the old. I worked at a Pizza Hut. They had an old video game that ducks flew across the screen and you aimed a rifle and shot it. But it wasn't a video game. It was like a physical game. Anyway, this reminds me very strongly of that. With the you shoot it and now things are falling down and now you got to go run, catch it, and that's interesting because this like predated. This would be like Atari VCS.
Yeah, the 70s. Yeah, it was a bunch of those mechanical style games, like target shooting type stuff.
Yeah, the target shooting thing.
This strong vibes because things came out of the tree. You couldn't see they were coming until they showed up. We didn't have any flying saucers, though, damn it.
I'm going to be very curious about when you implement the heartbeat stuff and the defibrillator, because that element seems to that it's going to add a lot to the gameplay. I mean, if you abuse the guy and you already see your heartbeat going to the max, whatever the defibrillator falls on the screen, you are more or less obliged to go pick it up. So it will have an importance on the decision, or whether you rescue a flower, you shoot an enemy, or you go pick it up because you're spending a lot. I'd like to see how that is going to go gameplay wise. It's interesting.
The game, as I said, was based really on that TRS-80 game, the Defense Command. But then when I started designing the game, I thought, well, why don't I add a tree? And then I thought, well, let's have birds coming out of the tree. And then I thought of the whole UFO thing. So you sort of start with a general idea, and then you can change it. So what was a copy of a game becomes, well, let's say original.
Totally different. Yeah, I like
at least somewhat original. Yeah.
Somewhat original, yeah.
Well, there's no new thing in the world. I mean,
no, I guess everything's been done. So, and
it's mixing the different things that have already been out into new combinations.
Something different.
And I created a scenario, a different scenario. Rather, like I said, no, everything's always space in space and stuff. I thought, let's just bring it down to earth, something. Although I have added the UFO.
The original. Oh, that's the bosses are extras, but you didn't have the heart on the original, right?
No,
I added the heart.
That's great.
The heart might even make a sound. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, you might be able to sneak that in the 1-bit sound or something.
Yeah, the 1-bit sound, exactly.
Just like Daggereth did.
Use the cassette relay.
Oh, Curtis, by the way, I think last time I showed it to Curtis, I was having trouble trying to get enough speed because the original interrupt-driven routine that I had in there was a two-channel sound generator. So it created two sound effects at once. The idea being that you could shoot and have an explosion happen at the same time. That's what I would have ideally what I wanted.
Nice.
But the CPU time on a Coco 1 was just too much.
Yeah, because you have to do with H-Sync with an IRQ, not an FIRQ. Yeah.
The Coco 1 and 2 is not really very well designed with the interrupts, and the Coco 3 can do it very well. Obviously it runs at twice the speed all the time, but it also had better interrupt handling.
Yeah, the programmable timer made a huge difference.
Had a programmable timer. You could use the fast interrupt request. It could be done much easier on a Coco 3. But I've set myself, it's got to run on a Coco 1 and 2. So what I've done is I've knocked out the sound, and it's only a single channel now. So I've halved the time for generating the sound. So all the sound is interrupt driven, and it works quite well. And that's how I'm able to get the speed. Oh, the other thing I should mention is that I also decided to do a bit different is that you don't see a physical bullet. You don't see anything flying out of guns. Because I thought it gets
calculated.
Well, I could easily put it in, but then I thought
you don't do that in real life.
Yeah. And of course, this is based on reality. So,
yeah. Do you ever see the bullet? No.
You got some muzzle flash. That's good.
Nick,
it's not worth in the space you have for the bullets to fly around. It's not worth to have it drawn. It's
wasted time. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't take much. The bullet it wouldn't be a hard one to put in. But then I thought, nah, everyone does that. So I thought, no, I'll leave the bullets to be invisible.
I've never seen a bullet when I shot nothing in real life.
No, you don't. So I've got it, and it sort of, as long as you're in the right area. The single, the pistol, it's a very, a bird has to be pretty well right in front of you, like a straight line of sight.
Right.
The rifle, which spreads out a bit wider, it's a bit more lenient. It lets you can hit things that are a little bit off to the side.
After these guys get shot at, don't they get mad and then start droppings? That
dropping, bird droppings. Oh my gosh!
You never see them; they just wind up on you.
Good point.
And then you can't shoot for a while because
you don't have to see your
vision's all blurred.
Oh, depending on it hits on the floor, another flower can grow up.
No, that's Ron. That's a good point. Yeah, the birds will be dropping shits on you too.
That's right.
That will be that's the next stage.
All right. This is going to be an excellent game, man.
I'd love to see that implemented.
That's right. That they will do that. That's the other thing I'm going to do. But the thing is, it won't kill you, but it'll increase your fatigue. So every time you get shitted on,
you get tireder. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I thought that was the easiest thing.
You get encompassed with a mound of it, and then you freeze up.
Or they clog the gun barrel or something.
Yeah.
There's still a long way to go. There's a lot of for a simple game. It's got a lot of things. Getting the birds, getting the birds to do all the right things and move realistically the way I wanted to, and collecting the flowers and flying away with it and all that. It was a fair bit to I've been playing around to try to get it to look right, and I'm happy with it now. And the drones will
end,
follow us similar.
At the end, you can show geriatric there with a bunch of splashes on his head.
I look at the UFO and it strikes on my mind very hard on that Atari 2600 game, the Ark something, you know, the Atari game with the big mothership on the middle shooting asteroids.
All right.
And then you get to
Cosmic
planets
Ark or something like that.
Exactly that one. And then you have the small ship that goes scavenging the planet. It gives me the whole vibe looking at this
Right.
big UFO. That's nice, boss idea.
There'll probably be a few more things twinkling on the UFO when I go back to doing more on the UFO, and the UFO won't always be there. It'll come in after a certain number of rounds. You'll get the
So
UFO.
this is like the boss guy that you have to beat.
Well, he
sometimes?
sort of is a boss guy, yeah. So normally he wouldn't be there. It'll be just the blue sky, and just
on the current stage, the game is. What are your next steps right now from this point?
At the moment, well, today hopefully I'll get the smart bomb working, and I've got all the code. I just got to basically type it in. So you get the smart bomb, and that'll be the end of the guns. Basically, I wanted to make sure that the guns had were all fully operational and
Nice.
sounded right and worked correctly, because the guns are an important part of the game. And then after that, I'll probably try and get the birds dropping shits on you.
There you go.
And then getting the ammo and defibrillators flying down the screen. And then I'll go back and do the drones.
How about trading his gun in for a laser beam?
No, that's that's a bit too modern.
Too advanced.
This guy's an old school redneck.
Are you going for an eternal stage kind of thing? Maybe that later on you design it so that is it stage based, like 1, 2, 3, and it gets harder, or there is an ending?
Have levels. It will have levels, but the levels will vary. Like you'll start off with less. You won't have 10 birds flying like it does all the time. You might have, say, four or five birds, and then later on you'll have 4 or 5 birds and 2 or 3 drones, and sort of mix it up, make it as you play each round. It just gets harder and harder until you finally get to the UFO. The goal is to be able to have drones, birds, and UFO up on the screen all at once. Maximum of 10. I might be able to stretch that to 15. It all depends.
Ooh, I just thought of an old man feature creep. If you use the shoulder-mounted weapons too much, you have to go back to the pistol because your shoulder hurts.
You could do that, I suppose.
That would limit your big gun usage, and then you have to go back to the pistol for a minute and rest. Let's just throw all kinds of features in the thing.
You might as well add a goat from Canyon Climber that you have to jump every now and then.
Oh, yeah, you eat your flowers. You gotta shoot the goat. You can't shoot the goat. It's your goat. You gotta shoot the goat.
It's a nice. This whole game is coming up really nice. I like it.
Yeah, you could drop a tube of ointment for the shoulder after you fire the machine gun. Then you could fire the machine gun some more.
Right. Little icy hot. No, good for the gun.
Can a WD-40 shows up.
Oh, that'll loop up them knees. You can run faster.
And that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Cool. I like the fact that it's an action arcade
nice.
game with a bunch of things mixed, but with a sense of humor.
Looks simple, but it's going to be really pain to play. I love it.
If somebody can embiggen me, I can show you that defense command right now.
Yeah,
Sure.
put it on.
All right.
You'll see the similarity now.
Oh, it's really
it's a
blurry.
It's really blurry.
We're the wrong
That's what
screen.
that's what the old guy sees.
Oh, crazy. Maybe this is not going to work. I just shared the screen. That's weird.
The
Stick your
screen's
hand in
probably-
front of it.
The screen's probably really
Do you have the
low
Vaseline
resolution.
filter on?
Right?
Oh, you know what? I do have a filter on. Maybe that's it. That could
Yeah.
Oh
explain.
yeah, your background blur is
Probably
thinking that's
blowing.
background.
There
There.
you go.
There
It's
you go.
blowing.
Whew.
It's blowing pixels.
That's it. That's defense
Now we
command.
found our glasses.
That's nice. Oh my god, I remember playing that when I was a
Oh,
kid. Oh my
Jesus.
god, yes, of course. Yes. It was one of the
Wow.
first games I ever played in my life. All right.
All right. I think that's. You don't have to watch how bad I am at playing it, but
Oh my god.
I tried to fire up my Model 1, but this is the emulator right now.
Oh, nice.
So I like Model 1 games. They were the first ones I think I ever played. NZX 81.
You've only got one type of gun on this game.
Yeah, single shot.
Oh, you do. I think you do have a smart bomb as well, if I remember.
The A and B probably 4.
Yeah, I can't remember. I haven't played it in a while, but like I said, I start off with a game idea, or I copy a game idea, and then you add your own ideas
Yes,
to it.
the
and you make
extras.
it into a new game.
Oh, yeah, your game is a lot more fun, Nick.
Yeah,
But this is fun too.
Right.
You can see the elements on references. The interesting thing is that since this game is more like on the Space Invaders things, the bullet has a bigger area to travel. It becomes important to see it since you only have a single shot. But on Nick's
Right.
game, you don't actually need that. The space is
No.
small, and it's a very vertical, kind of looking at.
Take your shot, it won't.
That's a nice Model 1 game.
Yeah, it is a well done game.
I can show you some of the original arcade ripoff, which is kind of what these are loosely based on too, if you want.
That'd be cool.
All right.
Yeah.
It's an old Vector game.
Vector, that's interesting.
So you got all the things in the middle that you have to protect, and then these things come drive by and just steal them on you.
Oh my, I never saw that one.
The
And
original
Gazon's kind of
author-
based on this.
The original author designed the mechanics of how they come and rip you off based on bird flocking. So
Okay.
It's a
Full
little
circle
bit
now,
birds.
then.
it's a little bit more close to geriatrics problem than originally envisioned.
Then you would think.
Yeah, they hitch up to it and then take off.
I get the feeling the motion is very cockroachy, in a sense.
Yeah, and then you just come around and you shoot them, and then if you shoot them while they're carrying something, it gets left where they die. So then you can spread up what you have to protect. Kind of like
and-
Stellar Lifeline when you're doing the convoy.
Oh
Yeah.
man, why did they stop doing
That would look good on the Vectrex.
yes,
Yeah.
vector stuff? Why did they stop doing vector stuff? Such a great thing. From the
custom
China,
hardware.
from the game
really
ideas
advanced
and,
for
and the
1980.
tube.
To turn Vectrex into a CRT scan is really expensive. So there was a big
Sure.
gap between when the Vectrex could do it and when everyone else could do it. And that
Yeah.
kind of
I just want to show what was kind of the inspiration for all of those. So
Yes,
Yeah,
so it's sort of it's a shut 'em up, but it's a protect them up at the same time, right? This protection element is
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
plus, I'm just a big fan of vector games myself. So
oh yeah.
Lots of Major Havoc have I played before.
Yep.
hey, well, thanks for the update, Nick.
That's all
Thanks
right.
for all the feature creep from everybody else.
Yeah, just let us know when it's going to be the Game on Challenge game, because it's going to be. So, your release date determines.
Okay. Any other project updates? Oh, Grant.
Hey, I just have a quick little announcement for CoCoNation update, if that would just be a quick second.
CoCoNation or CoCoFest?
CoCoNation update.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all of us.
Yeah, so I have hired Ron Deveau to have come up with a logo for CoCoNation. We have finally have a starting to get a little bit of a pot in our account. So I have decided that we come up with a logo for CoCoNation, so therefore we can start giving out some swag at the next Coco Fest. So to give away to everybody who shows up at Coco Fest. So I wanted to jump onto this because Mark B and I talk about this last Coco Fest about 2 months ahead of Coco Fest, and I'm like, this is probably not enough time to come up with a logo and print stuff. So I am kind of jumping on the getting ahead of the getting a good start on it beforehand. So yeah, so Ron Deveau is going to come up with a logo for us for CoCoNation, and then I will be working with the Ron B and other people on the board, and also probably L. Curtis Boyle to come up with some swag and stuff like that to give away for people at the Coco Fest and stuff like that. So the account is, we're starting to get a little bit of money in the background, so I want to give some of the give that back to some people in the community for helping us out. So that is the update that I have for everybody. So
cool. As all the, like, I know we're filing for being a not-for-profit and all that stuff. Is all that stuff finally done, or is that still in?
Oh God, no, that's still a process. You know how the government is as slow as Miss Laskus. So I don't know if the current administration with the layoffs is just taking forever or what. I mean, I filed the stuff with them and it's like crickets. So
Yeah,
I know that they didn't like the business plan we had, so I had to go back in and readjust it a little bit and ship it back to them. So I haven't heard back anything for the second update that we did. So so hopefully we'll hear something back here shortly on that. So I'll keep you guys in the loop on that. So
okay. Also, somebody had mentioned last week, I think it was Grant, that Coco Fest does have official dates for next year now, May 14th
yeah,
to 15th.
Well, I'm Grant, by the way.
No, the other Grant Plato, I think I mentioned it on.
Oh,
okay.
The backup Grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hard to
mentioned the
believe there's
chat, I
another
think,
one,
last
huh?
week or something. So yeah.
Yeah, well, that was actually me. I put that in the chat. So
Well, it was you. Okay.
Yeah, that was right. So yeah, we are looking at May 14th and 15th. So
Nice.
so the reason I'm moving it back that late into May is I am trying to avoid any issues with any other conventions and shows.
And Mother's Day.
Mother's Day.
And Mother's
exactly.
Day.
Yep, Mother's Day. So I'm hoping that there will be because like last year we had the Midwest Gaming Convention, which kind of killed a lot of traffic from people in Chicago.
Yeah, it was like.
So was the
going to go to
Argentina show the exact same
Madison
weekend too?
The what other show was it?
Argentina, I think the very first VCF down in South America that also was running that exact same weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, but then Midwest Gaming was in Madison, so we were competing for the same people, right?
Yep, because a lot of the we were missing a lot of people from the VCF Midwest. A lot of people from the Midwest show comes to our show, but they were all going up to Madison for that show. So we lost a lot of people from that as well. So that hurt. So hopefully by moving it to mid-May, it's going to hurt me a little bit because I'm storm chasing usually at that time. So keep my fingers crossed. There's no major tornado outbreaks.
Oh, we'll put a tornado nearby for you, so you can come by on the way to work.
Yeah, exactly. So
what if you missed a tornado?
Well, if I miss the tornado, well, I just don't get paid any money that week, so no big deal. But anyways, so I'm hopefully by moving it, and also I'm hoping also it'll be warmer too, because if we moved it to mid-April, as you know, Curtis, it gets kind of cold in mid-April. So moving it to mid-May, I'm hoping to avoid that too as well. So hopefully this will work out better for everybody. So
that's good.
So just as you're well aware, mid-April can be a little snowy and icy. Yeah, I think you had that problem 2-3 years ago. So
yeah, Ken and I had to drive through basically an ice storm, I guess.
Yeah.
Describe it.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not
hoping,
often that happens, but yeah, it just happened to be that one year was in April.
yeah. So I'm hoping that mid-May will work out better for everybody all the way around. So, another thing too, start looking for things for the auction. It's very, very important because most auction items that we have fund the fest. So if you have things that are sitting in the closet and you don't use it anymore and you want to sell it in the auction to help fund the fest, we would love to take it off your hands. So all right, those are the updates I have. So
cool.
So I'll get with you this week and we'll figure something out.
Yeah, no problem.
You might need to send me ideas of what you're going to wind up, giving out so I can tailor the artwork for it.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Cool.
Okay. Well, any other project updates? Okay, let's go ahead and jump into commercial then.
A record 2 hours projects.
Yeah.
You.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like this should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boys Tech, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Blake, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Mark Castellan, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Gore, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Trapp, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Maything. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at the URL listed on the screen or in the show description.
Hi, this is Mikey N6IL, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the nation's first live and interactive talk show featuring the handy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Get ready for a new level of wizardly technology. Copico Centipede, coming soon to a theater near you.
The CoCoNation would like to thank our Discord boosters: Boys Tech, Captain Kirchhoff, Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sagard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard G., and Wingnut 2626. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the Welcome section to see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Hopboppin. We had a total of 12 players. We had Mark B with 892, Mike Zweifel with 898, Coconut Bob 969, Damon Beals 1098, Ed Rhodes 1681, 8 Bits in the Basement, 1871. Dr. Ted, 2467. Canadian Retro Things, 2595. Sloopy Malibu, 2744. Jim Rye, 2857. Retro Rick, 3020. And this week's #1 score belongs to Doug Venner with 3442. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
Wow. And the CoCoNation salute is Doug Venner.
Salute! Who the heck is Doug Venner?
That's not a name I've heard before, I don't think. On here.
He's posted scores before.
Yep. But isn't this his first shot up at the number one?
I think this is his first number one, yep.
And so now 2 weeks in a row, we have a new number one?
Yep.
And Dr. Ted is just fading. Well,
I have to say, this is actually one of the first games in a long time where no score has been at least double the score before it. So,
I managed to find level 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd bet Dr. Ted this just wasn't his game.
Probably not.
He's waiting to strike again when the game is better.
Right, maybe he's got a, hammy or something.
I think this game was just a little bit too random for AI to figure out.
Oh, you might be right. That does sound plausible, actually.
Definitely with this game, it had a few little quirks to it, like how when you're jumping over one of the guys, he could turn around while you're jumping over him, and you could miss him and he could hit you.
That's cool.
And it moved really fast. So I think that's one of the reasons that actually all the scores were very closely within range of each other. So there was no runaways, and yeah. I couldn't find any reviews of this game, so that means that it's probably up to Curtis to talk more about the history of it.
Which one are we talking about? Hopbopper?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was one that was released for free on CompuServe by one of the Coco Forum members.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have been reviewed in magazines because they usually didn't do free downloads. But it was a nice little quality for a free game, like totally free. This is before freeware became a thing.
Yeah.
Years later type thing. So that's probably its biggest claim to fame.
But yeah, definitely a game that and definitely ramps up in difficulty as you start getting multiple guys on each level, and I don't know, there's not much to say about it other than it was I think just a second here.
It's a nice simple little arcade game and ramps up difficulty rather well.
So 8-Bits in the Basement actually had a very good thing to say about this game that summed it up really well. Hopbopper, I really don't know what to make of this. It's fun and has that just one more try thing, but maddening at the same time. I know exactly what I want to do and how I want to do it. It's easy if I just beep bomb, bead bomb, bloody bead bomb. Anyways, I think that sums it up. It's a game that's really simple to grab the concept, but and you know what you want to do, but man, it's hard to do it sometimes. I think one of the things is that after you jump, you don't seem to be able to jump right away again. So
I don't know. On your intro to the video, there was a double jump on the top line there.
Yeah, it sometimes works, but sometimes it seems like there's a pause between when you can jump again. I don't know. Maybe it's just the reading routine of the keyboard or something.
Yeah, or it might be maybe the graphics are set to be like an even byte boundary with some animated cells between them or something, and it has to hit the quote unquote tile part to do the actual jump.
Yeah,
I think it's if you're holding the button down, it'll double jump. But if you let go of the button, it takes a second to reread it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
that very well
could
be
be if you hold jump down, it does like auto jump pretty quick.
Oh, okay. There you go. There's a tip and trick for the game. Hold the button down and just jump across the screen quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really have much else to say about this game. It's pretty simple. Pretty fun. Definitely one of those games you can pick up, play quickly, and then just move on.
Yeah. And one of the first examples of freeware of a machine language game that, you probably could have put it on the tape magazine or maybe even sold it for like $9.95 or something back in the day. But he chose to just give it up for free to everybody who's on CompuServe, which is nice.
Or £1.99 in Europe.
Yeah, like the pocket money software
England.
type stuff.
Because everyone had already paid CompuServe, there was no money left to buy a game.
Oh, exactly. Especially if you're calling from Canada.
Oh, data pack is your friend.
Yeah, we had extra surcharges on top of the regular $10 an hour. So, and if you were at a higher baud rate, no, you didn't save money. They charged you more.
All right.
I don't think there's anything else to say about that one.
Yep. And the other game that we played this week is the new one by Ken Reichard, and that is Meteor Mess, which is
Astro Smash.
Astro Smash, yes, thank you.
And he pointed out in the chat earlier, you do see all the bullets in that one.
Oh, yeah. Those aren't bullets, those are lasers.
So, an infuriating game, partially because it's even the original infuriating because you sit there and you get a really good run of shooting stuff, but then you start losing points when you start missing stuff and it hits the ground. So, however, I do believe your high score is based on the highest point you get to, so it's not the score that you end up with at the end of the game, which is good. Because usually I'm ending up with like 100 points at the end of the game, but at one point I was up to like 3,000 or 4,000 points.
Yep.
That's different.
And that was an Intellivision classic, so that's that's nice. We never really had a port before, except that one I found by accident on who's the guy who makes CMOC? Pierre Saracen?
Pierre. Yeah.
Like he did a port back in April or something. I had no idea. I somehow missed that.
And that's not bad, but it is a graphical version.
Yeah, and this is semi-graphics with lots of color.
That looks way closer to the original.
Yeah.
Ken, what everybody's saying about the game now, the crickets, if you can hear over them, is well done. This is a lot of fun, man.
Yeah. I definitely I enjoyed the original on the Intellivision when I finally got it, and I'm enjoying this one. I haven't even thrown the joystick yet. Highest praise from me. The joystick doesn't get thrown against the wall.
Ken gives it a 0 out of 5 thrown joysticks.
Right.
So one thing I got to ask the people that are doing new games right now, because we've seen demos today from a whole bunch of them from Nick. We've seen Ken's brand new game recently. There's some others coming up in the news. What's the chance of getting these people to start working with the FujiNet guys so we can actually have a high score table that people can keep hitting, not just the 2 weeks that we do on the Game On Challenge, but for all time, like who can get the top 10 scores in whatever game? To kind of get that functionality built in early.
Point everyone to the doc. What I know there's a million pages of Fuji Wiki stuff, and it's probably already out there. It's just where. So
yeah, I think it's pretty easy to add the high score feature to a game if you have source code. So for instance, with Meteor Mess, it looked like he was distributing the source code with it. So I could go in there and probably get that in there maybe for next week. Are we playing that for one more week?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get it in there for Thursday.
But I was also thinking of the people that come in with upcoming games like Nick and Erico, etc. If they kind of like build that in before it gets released, and then we can like hit the ground running and have high scores on FujiNet and the high scores for the 2 weeks on the Game On Challenge.
Yeah, Bill, if you just look at that FujiNet high score repo, you can see how I did it for for downloading.
That would be something to try for sure.
Yeah. Because then we'll have our own rainbow scoreboard again, where you every month you can see if somebody beat your score, and you have to go back and play another game again. And then Ken might have not look at screenshots. You can just go hit the FujiNet server. There's the top 10, and maybe expand it for the top 50. That should handle us, and then you don't have to do any research or anything. You just go, and you're done.
Oh yeah, good. And That was just the top 50, then nice short results videos.
We'd save money. We don't have to pay Ken so much now.
Good point.
Hey, come on. You guys are my only source of income right now.
Yeah. We have to pay Ron Delvaux for all of his Photoshops for making Nick's and my scores look good if I ever got a chance to play them again.
Yeah, and Ken wants to know how you would lie about your score then if it's on the FujiNet high score.
Well, if you have the source code for the high score thing, no, never mind.
You know how to spoof it.
Right.
All right,
I
so
wouldn't do that.
I think the biggest tip and trick for this game is like when you're playing it, you pretty much figure it out real quick, but there's the one spinny white thing that comes down that you cannot let that hit the ground because it kills you. It's like a grenade or whatever it is.
Yeah, that one you have to, if it comes on the screen, you have to concentrate on it and don't worry about losing points on the other
The
ones.
spinner.
Yeah.
There's
Because
also
being dead, you're no points. Sorry, go ahead.
there's also a smart missile that comes after you. I think it's called.
Yeah,
the
but
pulse.
you can avoid that. So
Yeah, but you tend to avoid it straight into some other problem.
that's true. Other than that, yeah, really fun game. Everybody pick it up, and yeah, give Ken as much as you can afford, so he keeps making games like this because he makes fun games.
We have an author tip here from Ken. It says, focus on the small rocks and spinners.
Yeah.
Now, is he saying that as a true tip, or is he saying that so all of our scores suck compared to his?
No,
'Cause
the
he's the
small
author.
rocks are
We'll
worth
find
more.
out.
You lose less points when the big rocks hit the ground.
Bill said try to get the pulsars. They are usually the highest point value item. And then Bill says, hack the protocol, arbitrary score. I was kind of hinting at that earlier.
I don't know
I
what
won't
else to
cheat.
say.
Other than I'd probably show some game footage here in case somebody's missed the show the last couple of weeks and hasn't seen Meteor Mess running.
Okay. Did I actually even get that ready? I can't remember.
Or yeah, we should actually have a segment for that, shouldn't we?
Yeah, this is the part where I show the live game on challenge and Sloopy talks about it.
I like Ken's Ken Reichert's comment in the chat. He said there is a manual. You know, Nick, you've encountered this phenomenon yourself.
What's this?
Manuals?
What?
Yeah,
Wait, what is this? I don't understand this word that he's written there. A manual.
No, not an automatic, a manual. Yeah.
Like
No
a
one
stick
believes
shift.
them.
There's a stick shift for the game?
No,
Novel
save
idea.
the paper. Save the paper. No one reads it.
There's quite a bit of hopbopping going on there.
Yep. It started out with a lot of hop bopping. We played this for a little while, and then people moved on. Eventually. Okay, so somebody moved on to Pyramix. That was Bob.
I know nothing.
Ah, there we go. Here's the game in action. Look at my wonderful score of 0. This is when I figured out that my joystick didn't work properly with this. So
It was doing digital or something instead of analog?
yeah. So I switched over when I was just using the mouse to play in the emulator.
Yeah, otherwise you just jump left, center, right, and that's it.
Yeah. So this is what the game looks like. Very colorful, very well done.
And not even the highest semi-graphics mode either. I believe it's 12, and Ken can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
And we had I guess a special presentation during the live game on challenge that if you weren't there, you missed it. Sorry.
I was
And
working again.
That was looking at what Fred has done with Andark 3.
Oh, Fred Provancha.
Yep. So he showed right here a never before seen screen that takes a very long time to draw in.
Almost looks like a Sands of Egypt shot.
We're throwing bits here, aren't we?
Yep.
All in BASIC.
Fast forward through it a little bit. He just sped up the emulator.
Yes, he's running at 18.77 megahertz. Just imagine
So
also it would
this
be
is-
at 2.
This is a scene that you can get to that you can kind of see an overview of your ship over there, an alien crashed ship, the place you have to go, and the I think that's the cannon that you're trying to destroy in the game.
Nice.
So then he was also showing how so once you get into the glacial maze here, it's actually completely randomly set up, so every game is different. So as he was saying, he can't cheat through his way through this because the maze is different every time.
You gotta figure it out.
Yep.
Like, except like paint routines is some of the stuff we sped up the most in Nitrous 9. That'd be interesting if you ever ported this to Basic 9, how much faster it would run. I'd be curious. I don't know if he wants to do that. It's
Or
probably
even
a
the
lot of work,
graphic routines in machine language.
I think Bob was giving him some suggestions on disabling the brake key.
All right.
To,
I guess
yeah,
the
there's a
big
few things
things
you can
up-
do to speed up Basic a little bit, but I mean, the stuff we've done in Nitrous is like changing entire algorithms, like how paint works.
Although honestly, it's actually drawing this part is drawing pretty quickly. So
Right. But the big cheat would be putting out the text instructions on a text screen while you drew this in the background. And then you could come into the graphics after having read.
Yeah, or even just reserve a couple of palettes for the text part in the bottom and then draw the graphics with all black or something so you can still read the text and then just
Like,
blink it on. Change
You're
the
reading
palettes
the
back.
text, yeah, and then boom, here's the graphic.
Then it would appear to be running it really fast.
Yeah, some excuse like that would.
all things you could suggest to Fred.
Well, it's our job. It's feature creeping.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's not here to listen though, so I don't know.
Oh, we'll have to do it again.
Just start sending him messages. Everybody send him messages with your ideas. Come on.
I like the game. I really do.
No,
It's
yeah,
just-
it looks like it's going to be a really fun game when he has it done. And
Yeah. One thing you showed here that I'd not seen before is that most of the graphics are in the 320 by 192 16 color mode, but he added that one big, the one that was really slow drawing was actually in the 640 mode, it looked like, with 80 column text.
Right.
That's kind of neat. He's actually mixing graphics modes depending what you're viewing.
so we did a lot of discussing of this game, and he was showing off things that he's done on it. So definitely well worth going back and watching the live game on challenge, just if you're interested in seeing what Fred has done with this game so far.
Yeah, and some of the other game authors will occasionally pop in and show off updates too. So
Yep.
you never know who
Right.
might come in.
And the other game author was in there too. Ken was in there just playing his game. So yeah, that was. So if you're interested in joining us on that, that's of course Thursday nights, 8 o'clock Eastern. That is just join us in the live Game On Challenge streaming channel. Just join in, and you can run things from an emulator. You can run things from real hardware if you have it plugged into your computer and can share it. Or you can use the Play Now button on the archive and just hang out and chat with us. And sometimes
And that's on the Coco Discord. And if you can't
Yeah.
actually attend to play the game, you can, of course, join in on Twitch or YouTube and comment and become the peanut gallery for the show.
Exactly. And obviously, sometimes you get authors coming in, showing off their new stuff, and you can brainstorm with them on things to do in their games.
Yeah, or sometimes the author will show up for the game that you're playing that week and can give you special tips and tricks that, the average human being would not know.
Yeah, that we won't tell you about until after the game is over, so that those of us that show up to the live game on challenge can do better than you.
Yep, exactly. It's called incentive.
All
And
right,
don't
so
And don't forget the documentation reading.
yes.
Oh,
Yeah, the one-time manuals get read.
That's right.
Yeah, when Mark reads them.
As long as they're not too long.
Oh, that means I can't get him to do a dramatic reading of the Olstein Level 2 manual, all 1,200 pages?
probably not.
No.
I'm actually hoping that this coming Thursday, that Mark is going to do a dramatic reading of the source code that Ken included with his game. What do you say, Mark?
Boy, that's going to introduce a lot of syntax errors.
Load A immediate with hex FF. Woohoo.
The Mark B. Checksum.
So how do we get Meteor Mess?
You have to go to Ken's Cocoa Corner on itch.io, and it's a minimum $5 or maximum whatever you want to give Ken for buying the game, and then you can download it, including the manual. You get the manual with it. You could read the manual if you want.
And the source code.
And the source code. You could read the source code if you want, or you can change the source code if you want.
It's way better than the manual.
Yeah, all of a sudden everybody's score starts really improving next week after they
Right.
played the source.
I posted the link in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Just add an extra 0 at the end, that's all.
Right, that's easy. Just place a 0.
Ah, crap. That's what I keep doing wrong. I keep putting the extra 0 in the front. All right. Shall we take a look at what the next 2 weeks is going to be?
Yes, Ken.
Nice where you're here.
Show us that footage.
Oh, Tom Mix. Also
Scramble.
sold in this UK with Microdeal, I believe.
I believe so, yes.
Coco 1, 2, and Dragon, sure.
One of several clones of an arcade game called Scramble,
Yep.
which I kind of
Like
gave the name
rockets.
away, but you spell it cool boy style.
Yeah. So this game is... So, here's an interesting thing. Obviously, this game is Scramble. But... the title page, as Curtis pointed out on his website, is probably hacked because the game is actually spelt with a K, not a C.
Yeah,
So
all the ads. In fact, the original copy I have buried in one of my discs here. It's still a K, but this is the
one on the
somebody hacked
archive
it, yeah.
does say Scramble is the title page, but it's listed under Scramble with a K on the archive. And it's only on tape. So if anybody wants to make a disc copy of this...
Oh,
that would be
really? It's
great.
only on tape? I'll
Yeah,
have to dig my disc out somewhere.
It's only on tape, but it does have a tape loader screen on it when you run it. So
That must be the Microdeal one. That must be the one for the Dragon converted
but
back
it does
over to
this,
the Coco.
it does say license, or does it say Tom Mix on that one? I can't remember now.
Yeah, because it's not licensed. Like Tom Mix did not license Scramble from, I can't remember which arcade manufacturer made it. That did not happen.
Yeah.
So that screen is lying to you.
Well, I think it should say Scramble with a K, licensed by Tom Mix, because, as you said, I think it was released in England first for the Dragon. So
No, it was released in North America first
Oh, was
by
it?
Tom Mix directly, and then Microdeal licensed it from Tom Mix.
Oh, okay.
So licensed to Tom Mix might make sense if it was the SK version, but
Anyway, right now, the only version of it on the archive is the tape version spelt with a K, so...
yeah. This one does have a bit of jitter. If you've played it compared to, say, Whirlybird Run or Chopper Strike or some of the other clones. It's because he's literally physically scrolling the screen without double buffering every frame, so you get this kind of quick ripple effect. I actually disassembled that one because it was one of the ones I was going to see if I could speed up a little bit using, some 609 things, but because of the way it's actually doing the scrolling, it didn't really help much. I couldn't do TFMs or anything like that because it's literally, it sets direct page for each chunk of lines vertically and then shifts everything and then switches the direct page to the next block and does everything a bunch of direct page shifts. So it doesn't it's not really easy to optimize that unless I rewrote the whole damn engine, which I'm not going to do.
Oh, wait a second. I think, is there actually a disk version that's spelt with the C?
I think there is.
And even an RGB patch, it looks like.
See, questionable.
Shouldn't need an RGB patch though, because it's a green P-Mode 3 screen to begin with. It's not.
Yeah, okay, so there is a disk version that's spelt with the C. The original tape version is spelt with the K. So it's a very confusing game.
Well, some people don't like that Coco green screen for whatever reason, so the RGB patch may be able to just change the palette.
Yeah, because Bob's playing a version here that's definitely been patched, because that's not what the original. Go look at the original Tom X ads. It's definitely a green screen. It always was.
This is this is the one that said 3 Scramble 3.
Yeah, so basically,
okay.
Hack the palettes to look closer there.
Yeah, very jittery.
Yeah, because it's literally scrolling the screen every time with no double buffering. So
how'd you get the white border though? I thought it was a green.
Well, in Coco 3, you could definitely you could patch it in manually, I guess.
Not the border. Not if it's a Coco 2 game.
Well, it's
Coco
a
1 and 2, you can't change the border.
3, though.
But this is patched for the 3.
Yeah, so they might have changed the mode, kind of like you did, Nick, where you kind of
way
do the Coco 3 equivalent of a SAM VDG mode.
Right, because those were all the wrong colors that Bob just showed.
Yeah, they might even set the mode differently, because the Gimme version of that mode is set differently than the VDG version of that mode. So they could have done that too. Or could it be an emulator bug too if it's not running on real hardware?
Yeah,
are you running on real hardware, Bob, or are you running on an emulator?
Yeah, that's real.
Then they probably did that. Yeah, there's the original color set.
Yeah. That's green.
That's the original Tom X version right there.
Okay, so there's the ugly one.
That's the original.
Shall we say?
You're on an alien planet. It's got green sky. What's wrong?
I will accept scores from any color set.
These are colors.
Nice.
And you can bomb and fire, if I remember right. I think he's just kind of showing bombing.
You got droopy bombs.
I think it's keyboard controlled. So
yeah.
It's spacebar for bomb and shift for fire, I believe.
Yeah, and then your arrow keys, I think, move you around for.
Yeah.
It's a fairly faithful. It's got all 5 stages and stuff too, so it's fairly faithful to the arcade game.
It's a pretty good scrambler for the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer Whirlybird Run myself, and I would put the second, then Chopper Strike, which has a few differences from Scramble, but I'd put that probably third. Sea Dragon's another one that's kind of along this line. I'd put that pretty high.
They just all look terrible.
All the Coco games are just good.
The original Whirlybird Run, because somebody's patched that for P-Mode 4 artifacting too, but the thing is, the original Whirlybird Run was designed to have both. Like the first 3 stages are your outdoor stages, and that's with the green background and blah, blah, blah. The levels 4 and 5, though, are actually artifacted because you're inside a dark cave, and that's why it went black. So whoever patched it kind of got rid of the whole indoor-outdoor thing, which kind of ruined the aesthetics of the game for me, because that was done on purpose to have both modes depending on where in the game you were. Little side note there.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever tried Whirlybird Run. I remember
much
this
smoother, and the fact he crammed that entire thing into 16K was damned impressive, because this one takes 32. Oh, by the way, 32K, Coco 1 or 2 keyboard. Bill thing. What kind of weirdo doesn't like the nuclear green? Exactly.
It's so calming. Yeah.
It's been medically proven to be calming. So, as we covered on the show last year, with actual medical doctors saying that too.
What do we give them for that?
Approved by Kermit the Frog.
Right.
It's not easy being green.
So I'm surprised we haven't played Scramble before on the challenge.
Well, I had looked at it before, and I couldn't find it on the archive because I didn't think of looking for it under C.
Oh, right.
And then I actually this morning just found, oh, wait, we do have a tape copy of it, so...
We played some similar games.
Oh yeah, we
Maybe
played some
not this
similar games,
exact
but
one.
I have wanted to play this game, and I thought, well, it's just one that's not on the archive. But then, yeah, because the archive spelt it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to, I'm probably not going to have time. My schedule with doing 2 jobs at once sucks.
But, yeah, so that's it for me for now. So.
Cool. So we've got the brand new game you can get from Ken's itch.io page, which Mark already posted in the chat.
Yep. And
Meteor
Scramble.
Mess.
Meteor Mess.
Scramble with a K, if you can find it that way.
Except it's not a K, it's a C. It's Scramble with a K, but it's spelled with a C on the archive. The title page spells it with a C.
Which was hacked.
Hacked. But the game's actually called Scramble.
Yeah. You can find it in the ads for Tomix and probably about 84-ish. I think that's roughly when it started showing up.
So if you're looking for literature on the game, you have to look for it with a K. If you're looking for the game on the archive, you have to look for it with a C. Unless you're looking for the tape copy that's got the loader screen, that's got a K. Why did I choose this?
Right.
Well, at least it's better than trying to play all the Frogger clones at once.
I'm going to have to write a dissertation to explain all this in the Discord.
Is there an MC10 version?
Yeah, that's spelled with a Q. It's spelled with a Q.
Okay, Scramble.
That's the Elmer Fudd version, SKWAMBLE. Oh, I'm going to go play Scramble today.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next segment.
We probably should.
First, we better do this.
What's that up in the sky? It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a meteor mess. Shoot down the rocks falling from the sky because, I don't know. Do not allow the spinners to land. Dodge the guided pulsars. What are they saying about Meteor Mess? Get Meteor Mess today at kenscococorner.itch.io.
Hey, so the Game On News, and we got some other new games we're going to be talking about here during Game On News. So, Ken, you have some more suggestions coming up for upcoming stuff that's all brand new. But first, a YouTube channel called Retro Reviewer, which I've not seen before, decided to do some gameplay videos based on the Coco. So far, he's just starting. He's kind of doing what High Retro Game Lord did back a few years back, where he's going through them in alphabetical order. I don't know if he's doing Coco 3 games at the same time, because the ones he's got this week in particular are all Coco 1 and 2 games, but we'll see. So, of course, going alphabetically, that means anything that starts with a numeric digit. So we've got 3 that came up this week that he did. He did 3D Breakaway, 3D Ghost Mania, and 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. And these are not just like High Retro Game Lord would just kind of silently play the game and record the video so you can kind of see what the game looks like, maybe see a level or two. This guy actually kind of reviews it. Now, he's got AI doing the speaking for him. I don't know if that's just because he doesn't like his speaking voice, or if maybe he's, English isn't his native language or something like that, and it's just easier to do it that way. But you can tell that the text that he's producing is his own. It's not, just AI, reading stuff or something like that. So, so the first one they played is 3 Breakaway, written by Britt Muncombe. I'm still trying to get it onto the show because he's actually got a few games that we do not have in the archive that he still does have copies of. So I definitely want to get him on the show to talk about them and also get them on the archive. So this is a game that was originally done and sold by Britt directly. And you can see ads for it in the 1982 issues of Color Computer News. And then eventually Avalon Hill really liked it took over distributing it, and then got him to write a C64 version of it a bit later on. So this is one of the ones where it came on the Coco first and then went to some of the other 8-bit platforms afterwards. I can't remember. I think we have played this one already on the challenge, didn't we, Ken? Like quite a while ago.
I remember it.
Yes, we did.
It's definitely not an easy game, but I'll just play a little clip.
3D Briackaway on the TRS-80.
Briackaway is when you know it was AI saying it, not somebody in person.
The game was released in 1982 and was created by Britt Monk, so all you have to do is press the mouse button and you can start playing.
Of course, this is kind of like a 3D, racquetball almost.
Using the mouse, you control a block-like object that you have to bounce a ball with.
A bust-out breakout type thing. He compares it with Arkanoid.
The mouse?
Yeah, I'm
it's a
assuming
sort
he's
of
using an emulator.
Arkanoid game.
You can play with the mouse on a
constructed in
Coco.
Slightly unusual way.
Right.
Because it's analog controls. With the relative position of your joystick is where your paddle goes. So
this is not quite as disturbing as Ganop, where the ball stayed in the middle and the screen moved around. But it's the same idea.
Yeah. But it's a nice early 3D bust-out style game, so I quite liked it. It's not easy, though, because once you get the ball where you catch it on the edge of the paddle and it puts the English on it, it starts going like wildly to the sides or up and down. It's really hard to control the ball. And when you lose the ball, because you get multiple balls, it doesn't re-slow it down. It picks up exactly where it left off when you missed it, so it's still going all over heck. So it's very difficult. And it's got little Easter eggs, like if you take a look at the ball image when it gets close to the where the player's paddle is, it'll say, "This is fun," and if you lose it, it'll go, "Oops," inside the ball itself. So it's a fun little game if you haven't played it. Definitely not easy, though. The next one he did, which is starting with a 3 as well, is 3D Ghost Mania. I don't know if we played this one, Ken, do you know? Because this is a kind of a 3D Pac-Man-ish. It's got a maze much more complicated than Pac-Man, and you've got some custom settings you can do in it, too, so you can kind of help design the complexity of the maze, which is kind of cool. But the power pellets you don't eat and then run after the ghosts. You have to lure a ghost and then sit on the power pellet, and the ghost gets lured to you and able to die once he collides with you sitting on the pellet. And if I remember correctly, you can kill 3 ghosts before the pellet itself disappears. So it's Pac-Man-ish in some ways. There's no dots to eat normally, but it is a little bit different. So it's got a bit of uniqueness to it. It's plays at a fairly good clip here. I'll just fast forward a bit.
Click 1 on the keyboard, and the maze changes.
So basically, when you start the game, you got all these numbers, and if you change it around, it'll change the maze. And as you can see, it's a lot more complicated than Pac-Man, but you can actually, record the number, and you can actually, send mazes to directly compete with somebody else with the exact same maze. And it's got a bunch of options, too, at the beginning. I probably should have showed that first. You got maze only, ghosts only, or the demo. The demo just plays itself, basically. Maze only, of course, is just to get used to 3D graphics, because back in A2, that was a new thing. You got 3 different skill levels, which basically controls the speed of the ghosts. You got the speed of the game overall, the whole thing. You can slow it down or speed it up. And then the actual gameplay. Live during the game, you can switch between the 3D look and the top view if you want to see where everything is. I'll just play a little clip from the middle.
Now we have to catch other ghosts. Okay, let's see. If we design the maze incorrectly, there might be 6 ghosts in the part we're in, and we won't finish the game. We can always exit the game with the Q key. So if that happens, we have to do it, of course.
But it plays a pretty good clip, and it's got the nice, 3D effect that a lot of the games, and even some basic games, did back in the day. But I like the fact they took the Pac-Man thing, but changed it around a little bit. Like, you have to sit on the power pellet. You can kill up to 3 ghosts on the power pellet. There's no random dots you have to eat. It's just more navigating the maze and figure out where the ghosts are and trying to get them to lure to the power pellet, but not too early where they kill you before you even have a chance. So, have you played that one, Ken? I can't remember if we played this one or not. Cricket.
Ken's not here.
No, he left already. He's nodded off to sleep. Or he might be getting a coffee or something. I'll ask him afterwards. The next one is 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. Now, there were some basic versions of this. I remember, I think 80 Micro published a Coco 3D Tic-Tac-Toe game in basic. This one was actually in machine language, so it plays pretty quick. And unlike some of the other 3D Tic-Tac-Toes, which did a 3x3 grid like a standard Tic-Tac-Toe and just added 3 vertically, this actually is a 4x4 with 4 levels, so it's a little more complicated. If you're into this kind of a strategy game, it's actually kind of fun. You may recognize the name of the company here. Rich Software Presents. They're the same guys that did Frog Trek, which we have definitely played on the Game On Challenge before.
Wait a minute. 4x4 makes tic-tac-toe simpler.
Well, I think you still have to get 4 in a row. I'm not even sure. I haven't played this in so long.
Right, but there's only vertical X and Y and one diagonal and not. Well, this is complicated. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, I got kind of fascinated by the concept just from watching the original Star Trek series where the 3D chess that always play with Spock, though they had different levels that had a different number of squares on each, which was a little weird for the time. But
yeah, but we'll work on an 8x8 grid with the human brain. Let's see how that far that
And
gets you.
the Star Trek one, some of those smaller boards would actually move and could be repositioned during the game.
Yeah, definitely a challenge. So anyway, if you're into strategy games like this, this is going to be a fun one. I don't think it'd make a great game on challenge game. Well, if Ken wants to try, go ahead. But
that's what I was going to choose next week.
It says you're back here. Did
we did not. No, we did not play that one yet.
Pretty Ghost Menu. Oh, there you got another suggestion then too.
Yeah, I was listening. I was just getting my lunch.
Okay.
This could be a FujiNet head-to-head game.
Yes, this would make a great one. Yes. And, the game concept's not that difficult. Some of the people on the other platforms could probably write it if they don't already have one there and just, link it up so you can actually play against people with, Apple IIs and Atari 8-bits, et cetera, too. So. Anyway, that's the 3 he's got this week, so we'll see what else he puts out here. He does do pretty thorough gameplays. The 3D Ghost Mini one, for example, he plays for 20 some odd minutes and shows you some of the different, maze types and where you can actually create dead ends and stuff where you can't actually win. Like you don't have enough power pellets to get the ghosts in your area before you get killed, or you can actually get cut off. So he's not doing just a quick high retro game lord where he just does a couple minutes of video playing. He's done. He is actually playing the game long enough and recording it that you actually get a full feel for what the game has, which I quite like. So I'm really curious if he's going to be doing Coco 3 games and stuff too. Next after that, I just took a screenshot of this, but it was announced by Lee Perkins, who's an active member of our Coco Discord, that he's been working on this Montezuma's Revenge, which was originally, I think, a C64 game. I think it was on a few platforms, but it's a platformer, but he's basically been working on a Coco 3 version. He kind of took a break from Cloud Kingdoms, which requires 2 meg of RAM and a 609. That's a pretty big project to, bite off of your first major game project. But he went back and is doing a 512K Coco 3 version of Montezuma's Revenge. And he's been looking for beta testers now because he just released one earlier this week and he's got a bit of feedback and a few changes already. But he wants people to go in and, give it a shot, find any bugs, report any things you think should be improved, etc. And you can download the disk image right from this is a screenshot from Discord. So if you're on the Coco Discord, you can just go to the game, what channel is it on? General Game Post channel. And download it. The disk image is right there. Go give it a play. There's quite a few different screens on it. There's some high scores. This is another one. If he works with the FujiNet guys, you can probably get this up on the high score list too, for the official release of the game. And he's had no compromise because, of course, the C64 version is based on a lot of hardware sprites and stuff. So he was worried about putting in proper animations for flame stuff. But he's got everything working pretty well. So, and he's got animations and animated flames and stuff like that too, and different colors on different screens and everything else. So it actually looks like quite a good port of this. And this is not a game we've had ported to the Coco before. I think the closest would probably be, I don't know, Dragon Slayer by Tom Mix maybe, which is a bit more involved than Montezuma's Revenge, but it's got the going back and forth between screens and getting keys and climbing ropes and that kind of thing too. Have any of you guys on the panel or in the chat tried this yet, since Lee put it up for a public beta test basically? And Ken, have you had a chance to try it yet? Or? Well, sorry, go ahead.
just learning about it, so I'll be sure and download that.
I have not tried it yet.
Looks
Okay.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it plays pretty well. He's had some videos. We've covered it a bit before. I think we might have even
Yeah.
covered it last week. But
I mean, I love this game on the ColecoVision, so.
So what all platforms was it on then? I knew it was on the C64, but
Atari, what? I think the Atari
Ben
computer.
Reiger posted it in the chat. It was on everything except the Coco and the
Except Coco.
Yeah, I mean, Commodore 64 had it. I know the ColecoVision had it. Atari, I'm not sure if the 2600 or was had it, but it was definitely, I think, on the computers.
okay. I remember it being pretty popular at the time. I remember seeing ads for it in the video game magazines at the time, quite a lot. So it only took us an extra 20, 30, 40 years to get it, but it's a pretty darn good port. I definitely would recommend giving it a shot. I probably won't have time for weeks yet. But yeah, I would like to see this one in the Game On Challenge too. I don't know if Lee's planning on charging for this later on, or if he's just going to make it a free download, or if he's going to do it on itch.io or something like that, where you can donate if you want to. I think it definitely is worth donating for because it's a pretty extensive game. And he's only been working on it since March, and he's already got it at the point of first beta, so that's pretty decent too.
Right.
Next up, that is another new game release that came out this last week, and this came out of nowhere on Facebook. So a person called themselves Bug23. I'm not sure what that means. He had 23 bugs, or he is the bug. Maybe he's an AI. I have no idea. But he released a Coco 1 and 2 version of Space Invaders that is as close of a clone to the arcade as I think is possible. I think the next closest I've seen is probably Space Raiders, which was sold by Mark Data Products most of the time, though the author had sold it on his own for a couple months earlier, which, graphically was very faithful. This one actually even has the sound effects from the original arcade machine. We do have a transcode on the Coco 3, because I think the original code was 8080, if I remember correctly, and they did basically a completely accurate transcode. But for a Coco 1 and 2 game, this is pretty darn impressive. And he put it up a video, and a lot of people commenting on it. And then he later uploaded the bin image and the CAS image. He doesn't have a disk image. So I haven't tried it yet to see if it runs on disk or if it needs to be patched like some of the Inafito games or not. But for those of you who've not seen or heard this is pretty impressive. So it's even got like the opening track screen, just like the arcade. I mean, obviously the resolution's a little bit lower. Sound coming through okay? Like, that's impressive because that's what the arcade sounds like.
Yeah.
There it is.
I'll play it long enough, we can get a saucer.
Shoot through the 1 pixel wide hole. I love it. It's perfect.
It's even got the little distortion on the line at the bottom, just like the arcade did too when the bullets hit. Okay, so it's good. Yeah, very. For a Coco 1 and 2 game especially, like, that's really impressive.
That's awesome.
Right.
Bug 2023, whoever that is.
He's done a good job.
Very good job. I was a little bit stunned actually, because like a Coco 3, that wouldn't impress me that much. Yeah, definitely the Coco 3 can do that.
Oh, yeah.
But for a Coco 1 and 2 game, which means if we'd written this in 1980 right after Space Invaders came out and put that out, I mean, that would have been, the best Space Invaders out of every single 8-bit system.
It's good the way he's got the sound going. I wonder how he's doing his sound.
Yeah, like, is he? I'm guessing he's probably not using the IRQ, or you might be rolling it into the game loops.
It sounds clean though. It's quite
Fairly
good.
clean. I mean, I don't know if you're getting it here, but or on your end, but I'm getting a tiny bit of distortion in it, a little bit, but not much. Anyway, very impressive. If you go to the Coco group on Facebook, you can just go to the file section. You can find Invaders Bin and Invaders CAS. So hopefully if somebody gets a chance to try it and just see, can you take the CAS and just load it on disk? And if not, we'll take the Inafito loader and we'll just patch it for the Invaders, and we'll re-upload the diskish version so that people can play it on disk drive systems. So anyway, yeah, that's up there now. And Paris Surratt, the guy who's done all the AGD games and stuff here, he saw it there too. And of course, if you're playing with keyboard, the keys are mapped differently because of the way the PIA is wired into the keyboard. So he promptly went and created a Dragon version, which you would go into the World of Dragon archive forums, and you go into uploads, you can actually go grab the Dragonized version of it, which is basically patched to handle the data blocks, the way it loads, and also to change the keys to match exactly what the author intended. So
Nice.
if you want to grab that, you can try that there as well. So that's instantly a Dragon game too. So there's another one for you, Ken. Montezuma's Revenge, you got new Space Invaders.
All right, you'll be clear to Christmas pretty soon.
You don't even have to think about new games now. You can just take the ones that are getting released every week and probably do that for a while. Next up, Chronologically Gaming is basically finished doing the official months of 1982 and has been doing games that didn't have official release dates, but were in 1982 sometime. There's been a couple Coco ones. Now, the one he grabbed here called Box Shoot, I think because the archive originally had it not listed as to where it came from, so it was just like it came out in 82 and who knows where. It actually was a Chromaset game, and the December of 1982 issue, so we do know when it was released. But this is also just catching up 82. So I don't know if you guys have played this one. It's a two-player only game. It's a very simple game. They didn't give it a super high review. It's fun with two players. I've actually played this one with my brother back in the day. But basically, it's two players firing from opposite sides of the screen, and you have this little color bar on the bottom that shows how far you're going in each direction. So if I have a yellow player and a blue player, the more the blue player is winning, then the further the bar goes blue. And then once you get to the far end of the screen, you've won. So basically, you've got outclassed your opponent. But it's not you shooting each other. You don't shoot each other at all. There's a randomly placed box in the middle, and you have to move up and shoot it first before the other player does. So it's a quick reflex game. And then you start pushing, the color bars as to who's winning back and forth as each person fires. So I'll play a little bit of this because I'm guessing probably most of you have not seen this before. Wouldn't make a good game on Challenge Live because you need two players, unless somebody wants to patch the code to run through FujiNet or something. Then you might be able to.
We're next going to play on the TRS-80 color computer. This is Box Shoot. With a name like that,
and it's another Andrew Pekursky game who did like a game a month for both of the cassettes and did some for the magazines too. He was just cranking games out,
this could have been
and
released
mostly
December
original.
1982, possibly, but we're just going to say anytime. It's only available on the TRS-80 Shoot from the magazine. It's a two-player only game, so you have to have a friend to play. It's basically you're going to shoot randomly positioned box in the middle of the screen, and more often than not, instead of your opponent. You move the color markers at the bottom of the screen. Once one player can push the color all the way to the end, then they win the game. So you'll see how it works. It's a two-player game. Change the screen to your color. Ready, set, enter. And we got analog controls. I'm just playing as both at the same time. So you got two people that can play, and whenever it's time to fire, you shoot off your shot, but you're trying to hit the box in the center. Once you hit the box, like the blue hit the box, then the blue moves, and you see the bar at the bottom. Every time the blue makes the shot, it's really, really simple. Just hit the target as fast as you can, and you'll be competing against someone else. As an analog-controlled game, it would be all right to have with two different people, but really, really simple. Chromaset, as we saw in Curtis Boyle's website about the color computer, is one.
Yeah, we don't hear probably. Anyway, yeah. So it's a simple game, a lot of fun for two players, and definitely is a quick reflex game. You can definitely tell it's the fastest reflexes to be able to register as soon as that box appears in a new spot to get up there. And with analog controls, it's like you have to position it right. You could play it with a mouse, but I imagine that'd probably be harder than on a joystick, because trying to get the precision measurement to go up to that sort of part to get the box, and then you just shoot as fast as you can type thing. So it was a lot of fun for two players. I would rate it a little bit higher than he did or the chat people did, because they're not playing it with two players. You're just playing with left hand and right hand, so it's just not the same. Have any of you guys ever seen or played this one before? I know it's been on my website for quite a while, so obviously I played it.
No, I didn't know that one was there for the Coco, but it does remind me of a tug of war game that I've seen elsewhere.
Oh, okay. Would they be around the same time period, or a little bit later, the tug of war games?
No, probably later.
Okay.
I think it was on C64, which had to have been later than 82.
Yeah. Yeah, because the C64 had only been out a couple months, I think, when this was released on Chromaset. Next up, a YouTube channel with a really weird name that I have not heard of before. but doing something that I've seen multiple other channels do is called Super Mario Glitchy 4. Okay. So it's an hour-long video comparing various clones and ports of Miss Pac-Man, including the arcade game to compare with. And they did 2 of the Coco ones in this one. They did Miss Pac, which we actually did cover before when Terry Steen was going through his entire list of games he did for some of the tape magazines back in the day. And it's a tile-based Mrs. Pac-Man, but it does have the floating fruit and 4 different mazes. And then Miss Gobbler, which is basically just a reskinned Ghost Gobbler, but with 4 different mazes as well. And if I remember that one, I don't think the fruit even moves. Now, unfortunately, that was the only 2 they did for the Coco. The actual best Miss Pac-Man clone we have is Miss Maze by Atomic Software, and for some reason they didn't cover that. I just don't know if they didn't know about it or what, but you get to see 2 of the Miss Pac-Mans here, but not the best one we had for the Coco 1 and 2. So here's the one, Terry Steen. You guys might recognize this when we did our interview with him, and I think we did this on the Game On Challenge too. We played this one. But you can see it's tile-based, so basically the characters are jumping by an entire cell. You know, decent sound effects, nothing to write home about, but for a tape magazine, because you'd spend like maybe $4 to $6 on a tape, and you subscribe, you get a little bit less, and you get 10 or 12, 15 programs on the tape. You get a couple games, you get some utilities, you get some tutorials, all for that cheap price. So it's decently priced, and it's got all the screens and bonus shapes and stuff too, so definitely not a bad one. And then the other one, of Miss Gobbler, which I'm not quite as impressed. They did change it from Ghost Gobbler to have artifact colors. The only thing that changed in the Pac-Man shape is they added red lips at the very end, which you can probably barely see here. It still has a little hidden tunnel that if you let go of the joystick button, you'll teleport. Same sound effects as Ghost Gobbler. It does have moving fruit. Okay, that was the part I couldn't remember for sure, but that's one other change from Ghost Gobbler, because of course the original Pac-Man, the original Ghost Gobbler, the fruit just appeared below the ghost's house. And I don't think Ghost or Miss Gobbler has any of the intermissions, whereas Miss Maze actually has some of those too, if I remember correctly. So if you're going to play Miss Pac-Man on the Coco 1 2, I would definitely try these. None of these are bad, but I would definitely play Miss Maze #1. It's even got the theme music and stuff too. So anyway, this is a channel I've not heard of before. It's obviously been around because it's got almost 1.4 thousand subscribers. I don't know if he's done much Coco stuff before because I don't remember seeing it. But if he's going to be steering towards doing more and more Coco stuff, I definitely will keep an eye out and see what kind of stuff they cover. And of course, it's got all the other platforms. In fact, there's a list here. What's that for a sec? But it's pretty extensive. They're going through all kinds of 8-bit machines and even some of the more modern ones like Game Boy Colors and MS-DOS, Nintendo 64s, etc. So next up, Amigo Aaron over at the Amigos there who do the Coco Show did a live stream, I believe it was last Friday or Saturday, doing TV tie-in games, which are basically games that are based on TV shows and cross-platform, go through a whole bunch of them. And there's a list here. Let's see. I don't think we had too many TV crossover games on the Coco. I was trying to think of it. He missed the, because he only put one in here. There's Dallas Quest, and that was actually a cross-platform datasoft port to the Atari 8-bit, the C64, the Apple II, the Coco. And because they grew up with the Coco, and his brother Brent actually did complete this game back in the day as a kid. So either they're quite familiar with it. They decided to pick the Coco version. He's playing it on, is the Mister, I think, which still has the old pure artifacting where it only does red, blue, black, white, so it doesn't do the subtler shades. So it looks a little more garish on here than it does in real life if you're playing on a real Coco or on a more modern emulator. But I was going to ask you guys, like Dallas Quest, of course, is based on the TV show Dallas, which was a huge hit back in, what was it, the late 70s, early 80s, somewhere around there?
Right.
Does anybody remember any other TV-based games that we had, like based on a TV show? Because I've seen a couple like little homemade, like somebody made a little MASH game or something.
I think you've hit both things at once. Both Dallas Quest is the only TV game, and it strongly leaned on the yellow colors you got from fancy artifacting. So
yeah,
you aren't going to see
any of
that in this demo.
Yeah, and it was a sequel, like the two animated adventure games that Tandy released was Sands of Egypt in '82 first, which had the same, really good artifact colors, you definitely going beyond the standard 4, but didn't have any sound. Whereas Dallas Quest actually added some sound effects to it too, like you play the bugle, and if it's all bent out of shape, it sounds horribly out of tune, and it's actually got the theme music.
Let's get cockroach.
Actually, if you want that, we can actually play that. But
let's try a couple more here, and we'll call her a night. We've been on for a little while. Oh, wow. Longer than I thought. We had a request here. I want to see if this game exists.
Oh, wait. This is right where he's got his indexes off a little bit. It jumps to the next one.
Right here. Based on a very popular show.
There's the original people that did the original drawing and porting. And then I think Steve Bjork and some others did the Coco port, if I remember. I can't remember if Steve was credited on that one either.
Brace yourselves for the all-time great theme.
Color test exact same Sands of Egypt, except now you're seeing the Mister has that pure artifact, which doesn't look as good.
Oh, yeah, ain't this ugly?
Yeah. Can y'all hear that? Take it in.
But it does have multi-voice music, so. And that's just using the built-in 6-bit sound, no external sound card. I'll just fast forward a little bit to actual gameplay. So it's basically a graphical text adventure game.
That red should
I think I was the only person that even said anything to him. He was quite stunned.
And scrolling graphics, just like Sands of Egypt did.
And I think eventually you start to get thirsty. It's funny how after all these years you remember.
And a bit of sense of humor too in the game.
There you go. So yeah.
But if you have a real Coco, or if you have the more modern emulators like the latest versions of MAME or X4 or VCC, the artifacting has changed much more to be like a real NTSC TV. And you start getting the more subtle purples and yellows and all that stuff. It looks a heck of a lot better.
Well, right. All of these reds are yellows, and it makes much more sense as flesh tone and desert.
Yeah.
Than bright red.
Yeah, and that's one problem I found. Like people that don't know too much about the Coco, they decide to play some of these old artifact games here, and it looks like this, and they go, the Coco's graphics suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they weren't the best. I will fully admit that, but they were better than this. This is what it looked like if you did a patched RGB one on a Coco 3 or something like that. Anyway, yeah, if anybody thinks of any other TV show-based games that were on the Coco, I'd love to hear, because I honestly cannot think of anyone besides this one. That's the only one I can think of. There's a couple movie-based ones I do remember. Like there was a Night of the Living Dead and Star Trek game. Oh, yeah, I guess Star Trek.
Yeah, Coco Synthesis popped out into the chat. And sorry, Curtis, I have to torture you now.
Okay.
Brian Whistler knows of another TV-based game, but I had never even considered that this would be a thing that existed. It is one of these weird mystery things. So I will have to have you talk to him about it. And I won't spoil it here because I'm hoping that he will show it on the show in a future episode.
Yeah, he was hoping to be on today, but he said he's been really busy with work. It doesn't sound like he'll have a chance to pop by.
Yeah, so anyway, there is another. I have been sworn to secrecy and I cannot divulge. But yes, you need to talk to Brian Weisler.
Okay.
So an official teaser on the CoCoNation.
I could think of one other one that's based on a TV show but wasn't named after it, and that would be Shock Trooper. Based on the V TV show, somewhat.
Correct. And it does have the V theme and the Visitors logo on it.
Yeah. But they didn't get brave enough to actually, name it after the show and get sued.
Oh, wasn't there a V-based AGI
There was a Doctor
game?
Who one, too, that somebody wrote in BASIC. I remember Alan Huffman reviewed it, but it wasn't very good.
Well, no, who did that V game on OS 9?
Oh, I don't know if I've seen that one.
There's a V adventure. It's one on the AGI engine.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Was that one of the homebrew ones, or was that a commercial one?
I think that's
I
homebrew.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be homebrew though.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That was a cool one from I remember looking at it. Yeah, so I guess we do have a couple released back in the day. I could just think of like Shock Trooper. Like I said, they did rename it so that it wasn't bleeding obvious.
Oh. I think Coco Synthesis knows what we're up to here. They also posted Wheel of Fortune.
Oh yeah, I guess there's a few of those. Coco 1 and 2 and Coco 3 versions of Wheel of Fortune style games. But I guess we got a few.
Jeopardy too.
Yep, Jeopardy, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, maybe some of the game show type ones. There's probably a few of those too. Yeah. But yeah, I couldn't think of any. But yeah, we've come up with a few. Yeah, Star Trek was too bleeding obvious to remember, I guess, because there's tons of those.
Airwolf is used in a lot of helicopter games.
Yeah. The one thing I will say about Star Trek, though, I mean, the TV show is more about exploration and stuff like that, whereas the most of the computer games were just like blow up Klingons and travel between sectors, not really following the Star Trek theme. Yeah. There was one text adventure version of Star Trek on the Coco that did try to follow that. I think it was by Aardvark. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you actually, you had to tell Bones, you have to go, treat this person or treat this alien and stuff like that. There was a few things in there that were much more along the TV theme. Than just being the battle simulator part of it.
I guess the educational stuff, the Disney, Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and stuff, and they had there was a math adventure, Space Math, that had
Space Probe Math or something like that. Was kind of loosely based on Black Hole. We covered that just a week or two ago. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. That's a movie tie-in more than a TV one.
Right, like the only entertainment license that we ever owned was Dallas Quest. We didn't really.
Yeah, if you go for movies, we have an official one like Poltergeist.
And if we get knockoffs, the RoboCop kind of crap, it's licensed, but it doesn't have anything to do with the content. It's just.
Yeah, we had a few.
Look at the shows Aaron chose, though. Dukes of Hazzard, Knight Rider, Automan, Street Hawk. He's talking about early 80s TV series.
Yeah, you knew when he grew up.
All guy. Exactly.
Oh, man, a Dukes of Hazzard game would have been fun.
So we did throw in the Lone Ranger and Gilligan's Island. And there is a Gilligan's Island text adventure game on the Coco too. I've played that as well. I don't even remember where the hell that came from. No, I thought it was interesting to try to figure out some of this. Actually, you guys have helped. Yeah, there's definitely a few others that are in there, but I think with the movie ones are a bit more popular. Next up, we have a YouTube channel called The Logbook, which I've also never heard of before. And they've just released a Coco gameplay video for Megabug. And actually, I should take that back. I think I did actually cover him last week. I think it's the first time I heard about him. I like his little pixelated, dithered intro. Let's forward a bit here.
Back then, so
now he's playing on an emulator.
Willing to take the money, you could.
Which actually, in his case, has got the proper artifact. You get some of the fringes of the darker red stuff, but the sound's not quite right. Whatever emulator is using.
All right.
Like that clicking sound it's doing here should be that
got a little bit of Pac-Man DNA going on here.
So I'm not sure which emulator he's using, but it's definitely not being faithful on the sound. The graphics are better.
Right.
But and I don't know if he knew, like, I think he's one of those guys that just, downloads stuff for the emulators off the, archives or whatever here. So he probably doesn't know about the one where you can actually control the number of bugs and some of the skill level stuff you can do in Megabug as well, which of course was cross-platform as well, though it came with different title names depending on the platform. I think it was called Dung Beetles on the Apple II, Mark O, I guess I should say, since we have several Marks here.
We can't remember all their names.
Yes, that was the one, Curtis. Dung Beetles.
Okay. Yeah.
I wonder if that's a real Coco. Because there's no window.
If it is, the sound is buggered then, because that's not what it sounds like on a real Coco at all. The music was even a little off.
Yeah, no, it could be the emulator going full screen.
He's got a blown SID chip.
What if it's X-Raw?
I don't know. I can't really tell from there. I do know, like on some platforms other than Linux, that occasionally XOR does have some weird clicking sounds. Usually, if you go off window, in my case, although he's improved it quite a bit lately.
Here he's got X windows projected into an overlay with the border around it.
Yeah, so that might be causing the emulator to do some screw up. But yeah, the sound is definitely not coming out quite right. There should be more. The sound on the picking up the dots is completely wrong. The music sounded a bit off to me as well. But it's a good review, and he's done a couple of these now the last few weeks here. He's kind of going through some of the Coco classics, and from a fresh set of eyes, it's kind of interesting to hear what their takes on some of these games are. This one was actually quite interesting. Tom's Toys, 3 subscribers, probably a brand new channel. And he mentions that English is not his first language, and he was contemplating using AI for this. And he said, screw it, I'm just going to do it, best I can. Actually, I understand quite well, so I continue on the way you are, sir. But basically, the title of the video is, "Can the Humble Dragon Play Arcade Games?" And part 1 vector in black and white. So he's picked a couple of first-gen games on the Dragon. Some are Coco ports, some are not. And then he throws in a couple of brand new ones that are just gotten released, like that Space Invaders we just played. He actually tries that one too. So he's actually keeping on top of the Coco and Dragon community. Now, in his case, the Paris Surat version that was fixed for the Dragon keys was not released yet, so he's playing the Coco version. But he actually did a pretty good job on this, and he actually covers specific arcade games, and he tries a couple versions of them in some cases too. So you kind of get a good, broad section. The 3 arcade games he chose for this particular one, I'll just fast forward a bit here. He also shows you what he's running for the emulator and stuff like that. So here's what he chose for his first video, and he's planning more.
The arcade games I've chosen for this episode are Atari's Asteroids and Battlezone, as well as the all-time classic Space Invaders from Taito.
So then you see he's picked 3 classic arcade games from early on, and then he's got 3 clones on the Dragon. So Meteoroids is basically Spectral Associates Microbes is what it was sold by Tandy, but before that I think it was just color Meteoroids, and that came out in 81 or something like that. For Battles, when he picked Rommel's Revenge, now that's the one that was done by Design in the UK. We also have Rommel 3D, which came out from Computer Shack / Mitch Strawn on the Coco as well. Rommel's Revenge actually is the better choice. I have to agree with that. And then for the Space Invaders, he chose Cosmic Invaders. Now, that's the ones he chose as his base ones, but then, like I said, he's been keeping track of what's happening currently in the Coco community. He's actually gone through and found a few others. So for Asteroids, he also picked up, Tech is his name, the guy who did Asteroids RX, the Sinclair Spectrum programmer. And we covered that actually as a Game On Challenge about a year or 2 ago. So we did a pretty close, faithful version of Asteroids. So he covers that one as well. And then he also covers the brand new Space Invaders, Coco 1 and 2, that we just showed a few minutes ago. So he also shows the arcade games. You can compare, like that's what the arcade version looked like. And then we'll fast forward to Color Meteoroids, which, had artifacting in the NTSC land here when Spectral originally did it, which doesn't quite look the same. And he figured out the fact that the dual joysticks, one controls the chip direction, one controls what angle you're firing at, so you can actually fire behind you and stuff like that, which I always thought was a neat feature because the original Asteroids did not have that. And then here's Asteroids RX, done by the guy that did the Spectrum one, which is much more closer to the arcade. And then Battlezone, which is a classic. I love this game in the arcade. You even have the tank-like controls, and you had to stick your head up in the little visor thing. And then he shows Rommel's
loading screen
Revenge with the cassette loading screen that would load while you're loading the game.
It just extended the loading time, and was one of the reasons cracking the tape loaders were so popular. In this game, I'll just reconfigure.
Now, this one you could tell he's using an emulator because it's using some timing tricks. It's supposed to highlight the selections and stuff that you're doing with the white bar going across based on what scan line you're on and changing the color set. And that's not working right in whatever emulator he's using. I think he's actually using a Mister.
Could even be a PAL NTSC problem.
Yeah, because of 50 versus 60 hertz too. But he goes and plays that one. Of course, that one had customizable controls and stuff too. But aside from being inverted, which he also pointed out, he preferred the non-inverted version. It's actually a pretty close clone of Battlezone. The physics and stuff, I think, is closer to the arcade version than the one we got in the States and Canada. Rommel 3D. Runs really nice at double speed on a Coco 3, by the way.
It looks like a short, fat Dalek.
Even gives you little status things like enemy of the rear, enemy of the right, cannons ready. And you got the saucers that come down and stuff too, so it's... And the geometric shapes that you drive by that can block shots.
And a real Coco, you'd have a green border all around that too.
Yeah, yeah. Now this one, have we played this one, Ken? This one I couldn't remember. I think we did Rommel's 3D, but I can't remember if we did Rommel's Revenge. Which was a Dragon original.
I'm not sure.
So
I'd have to
the
look.
last game then. Space Invaders by Taito.
By the way, 6E, the author of XOR, says, I guess it's not XOR then, it would get those CSS switches right, so he's actually got the timing down if you're switching color sets in the middle of the screen. So
the graphics are simple black and white with color overlays to give the illusion of color.
And any of you have played that? Obviously know that. But then he actually plays Cosmic Invaders by Spectra, which is not the closest one we had back then, but it was a 4-color mode. Now, I don't think he knew about the shield. So he's playing it here, and he's moving back and forth the joystick, and you fire. It's pretty standard. It's one of Spectral's very first games, too, from 81. But if the other joystick, if you have the second joystick plugged in, this little blue shield, you can move, and that will block shots. You can protect your barriers and protect yourself with the shots. Now, trying to control both at the same time, obviously, is a little bit hard, but it was one nice, innovative thing they did that is a little different than the arcade. But then right after that, he mentions this brand new release that we just covered.
But wait, there's one more game. Just this week,
There's
someone
more.
called Bug23 released a brand new remake of Space Invaders for the Tandy Color computer. This will of course run on the Dragon.
Yes, your okay should turn up.
But there is just one small catch. The keyboard routines are different between the two systems, meaning
It's
that
a little
the control
soft.
keys on the Dragon are a bit awkwardly placed. This should be a quick fix for someone with the knowledge, as it's just...
And this
a few
actually has
bytes
been
of
fixed,
code
as we
that
point
needs
out,
to be
Paris
changed.
already did it.
But for this video, I load it up on a Coco so I can play it with the right keys.
And he's running it from disk, so apparently that does work. I didn't notice that the first time I quickly glanced at this morning. So that'll make your job easier, Ken.
And this has my favorite trick. You can shoot a 1 pixel wide hole through the shield above you, but the enemy missile won't fit through that. So you can just shoot through
Right.
it. And it can't get back.
Yeah. But this is really close to arcade. Like,
A bit faster.
What's that?
It's a bit faster. It's going a bit faster
As you
than
can
the
see,
real thing.
this is very faithful
Oh,
to the
okay.
arcade original.
Okay, it looked pretty close to me. I mean, of course, the more less invaders you have on screen, faster it goes.
It's
But
possible to fire
Yeah, the
and move,
firing is a bit faster.
which could be crucial when playing the
I'll
game.
have to rewind here now. See.
Space Invaders wasn't that.
Is Nick lying or is he remembering everything correctly here? Let's see the actual arcade.
Okay, you can get it.
There you go.
All right, now look at the firing.
Wow, that's weird. That's not the right sound for the arcade.
No, it's not actually.
No.
And the firing here is wrong too, but
That's
and
it's also the original didn't have colors.
Well, they did if you had those little colored plastic on the screen, because that's what most arcades here
emulating
had.
the plastic. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the
Overlay.
Star Castles did that even on a vector game. Like each circle would be, taped around with these round circles of colored mylar, and you'd have
Yeah.
like blue and red and whatever. Yeah. Anyway, I think he did very good reviews. He's honest with it. He explains what he likes about it or doesn't like about it versus the arcade, etc. He did pick up on some brand new releases, so he's actually keeping track of things. He is planning on doing some further ones. So that's the ones he covered this time around, and he had some bonus ones, obviously. But then he said this is kind of what he's hoping to do next time, which is to cover Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. And he's got both versions of Donkey King and The King. This is the microdeal versions because he's doing the Dragon, of course, but that was what the Coco ones were. And one thing he mentioned, so I think he definitely likes the Dragon, is that he's mentioning like there was Donkey Kong clones on almost all the 8-bit systems, but they didn't have the right number of girders on the first screen, and some of them didn't have all the screens and intermissions, etc., which is absolutely true. And we got all that with Donkey King, which is why it's considered a Coco classic. And then he goes into Junior's Revenge here, where you can actually see two different versions of the cover artwork. One was from Dragon itself when they sold it, and then they went over to Computerware selling it, directly themselves after Dragon went under as a third-party thing, with very different artwork, which was kind of weird to me. And ironically, they both look better to me than the actual arcade artwork pamphlet, which is up above there on the right-hand side.
I would guess
if he's running it on a Dragon, he won't get the artifact colors. He'll get some ugly.
Yeah, I'll get the green. Well, they had the option. You could play in the buff color set, or you could play it in black and white, or you could play it in the green color set. And honestly, the black probably in these cases looks the best, even though it's going to have the vertical stripes for the color.
You just turn the color off on the TV.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do.
Intensity.
Anyway, though, I'm looking forward to seeing, he does a pretty good, thorough review. I like the way his review style is. He's got no problems with the fact that English is not his first language. He speaks very well, I thought. I hope he continues these. He sounds like he's trying to see whether or not people are going to watch his videos, because like I said, he just started. So, tell you what, I'm going to subscribe to him right now on the CoCoNation one, and I'll do it on my own afterwards, too.
There you go. Well,
just to give him some encouragement. If you guys can go there, because if he's going to keep covering Dragon games, I'd love to see him review some of the old classics and stuff too, and even some of the newer releases as well, like Blockdown, like Karen mentioned. And have him keep going, because we need some. There's a bazillion people that review Apple II and C64 games. We need more people doing Coco and Dragons. Damn it!
And we already got the 2 Micro Deal Donkey King covers, so there's some quality info right there. He's on the right track.
Yeah. Next up to that, we covered Gruntley's Dungeon, which is a basic game written by Lance Schaffhausen that he released, and he's been talking about it for a few weeks. He released it by last week's show. It's kind of a dungeon escape thing. It's written in basic, and now he's uploaded the source code. So if you actually want to see the entire code, there you go. And I think this doesn't even require extended basic. I think it even runs on color basic, which means if you have Henry Strickland 16K Coco without an extended basic ROM, you could actually load this and run it. I don't think it has anything here that's extended. It's using sound commands, not play commands. It's keyboard driven. Anyway, yeah, if you're interested in the game itself, there's a source code. You can cut and paste it into your favorite emulator that handles cut and paste functions. He also mentioned, this is not game related, but because it's the same guy, I just thought I'd throw it in with it. He's also put up this screenshot of a little launcher program he's making. This reminds me a bit of Brett Gordon, who's doing one we've been following in the Discord and on his YouTube channel, which is a Coco 1 and 2 graphical interface for launching programs, etc. And that's what he's got here. So he's got like the date down in the right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner. He's got this little menu button on the lower left. He's got the time, because of course we need a real-time clock, even if it's software. And then he's got, some of the, I'm assuming some of these are folders, or perhaps they're all programs. I'm not quite sure in this case here, but he's just kind of started working on this. So a little graphical launcher for disk-based stuff. So looking forward to that. And he did mention here, I'll just mention the chat, he actually mentioned he finally got his Coco upgraded to 64K. He only had 16K in it before. So now he's going to start filling around with what can you do in 64K rather than just 16. And he's using AI to help as a coding tutor and project assistant on this. But he's still doing some hands-on programming too. It's not all AI, which we'll be covering some other further AI projects here in the regular news once we get there. We were talking about this, so a big thank you to Rich Stevens. I don't know if he's still on the call right now or not, but working on getting Coco games that actually can do the shared high score feature, which FujiNet's had for a while, but none of the Coco games had that. Not even new releases. I think the Bill A thing, you might be able to verify this or not if he's already gone. But the built-in cross-platform FujiNet games, I think, already have the high score support. Is that true?
Not necessarily.
Oh, they don't? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that would have been the best opportunity to try it.
Yeah, so it allows you to kind of put in, I think it's based upon a URL, the high scores from a particular game. It's actually very easy to craft it into a game where you already have the source code for. But a lot of the FujiNet games just don't register their high scores that way. I think even the ones that there's a thing called the FujiNet lobby, where you can see multiplayer games that are ongoing right now and how many players they have in there and whatever. I don't think those games actually put it up there because it's the idea. I mean, a competitive game is not amenable to the idea of high score collection. So and I think that is why they don't have.
Oh yeah, because they're mostly strategy or card games, aren't they?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll work on getting some more games up there that have the high score stuff in there.
Yeah. Like the battleship game, I mean, the best score would be the lowest score. Like how fast can you take the other guy with the fewest number of shots?
Yep.
So you could do something like that, I guess. But yeah. So the question in chat before I go on to the next one here. Erik Gundersen saying that the guy we just reviewed those 3 games that he tried, or 3 sets of games that he tried, is on the Mister. So that's the actual hardware platform. And Coco Synthesis, how feasible would it be to create a 4-color 640 by 192 version of Battlezone for the Coco 3? I don't think it'd be too hard. I don't know if you'd want to use 4-color, if you want to just use 2-color, and you only have a 16K screen to deal with instead of a 32K screen, just to keep the speed up. Plus, the original Battlezone is all 1 color anyway. Well, green and black if you're counting black as a color. But yeah, I mean, definitely should be able to do it. Which would make it look more vector-like, so that'd be kind of cool. I don't know if somebody wants to tackle that or not. And the last one's kind of a nostalgic bit for the really old-timers here. So Michael Pitsley, who's actually posted quite a few of the videos showing all the educational multimedia titles we had on cassette back in the early 80s, like the Disney stuff and Donald Duck's Playground, all that kind of stuff. Like he's been doing a lot of the educational games and the educational titles, including the ones that have pre-recorded voice and stuff on the cassette tapes. You'd load in a part of the program. It would then turn the audio on and the motor on and have them, say something, recite what's on the screen. And then it would pause the tape with the motor off command and then, load in the next portion of the program with the motor on and then an actual load and then back to the audio. So it was actually multimedia before that became a big thing. He's done a ton of videos on there, and it takes a lot of effort because there's you have to make sure your cassette player's playing at the right speed. Otherwise it gets out of sync and all this kind of thing. But he actually kind of found this, and he says, curious, does anyone remember this game? This was the very first published IMB game in Rainbow Magazine. IMB is Illustrated Memory Banks, for those who don't know. That was Fred Skirbo's company, and he was quite famous for writing all of his commercial software. Plus, he published, stuff in Rainbow itself. But it was all in extended BASIC. He didn't use machine language one iota. He'd use, artifact colors because he kind of learned some of the tricks to do artifact colors under control with BASIC. He would do pretty good, play commands type structures to make, decent sound effects in BASIC. He knew how to do page flipping and stuff like that. So his BASIC games are pretty good. Probably his most famous one was Advanced Star Trench Warfare, which had a 16K limited version that was included in the August 1982 Rainbow. You can just type in. And then he had a commercial version, which actually added some features and stuff to it that he sold for $19 or whatever it was. But this was his very first game, appeared in the December 1981 issue of Rainbow, which had only started a few months earlier. And it actually, as you can see here, had artifact colors which you used for the IMB logo here in the center. But it was called Zelda's Bat Bottle. I've actually not played this. I've seen screenshots of it. I've seen it run, but I've never actually tried playing it. But that's digging way back. I mean, that's within a year and a tiny bit since Tandy actually got the Coco on the shelves type thing. And of course, their developers had some extra time ahead of time to get stuff done.
And that was early Rainbow with only a few pages. And
Xeroxed them black and white. And yeah. So nostalgic for me. I should try it. I've never actually tried it. I've seen the screenshot because I think the article actually had a couple of the pictures from it here, but he's actually running it here. It should be on the Rainbow and tape stuff on the archive, I would guess. So if anybody wants some homework for next week to show us stuff here, maybe take a look at one of these really, really old, basic games back in the day.
I've already thought of the anti-game, which is Zelda's Bot Battle. That would be.
Zelda has robots? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's the modern version it's an arcade shooter, the Bot Battle.
Because I honestly don't remember what this game even does. I mean,
what
it's
is
drawing
a bat
here.
bottle? I don't know what a bat bottle might even be.
Yeah, because I don't remember what the game premise was, to be honest.
I believe you're collecting the bats into the bottle.
Oh, okay.
The typo, it's battle bots.
No, it's bottle bats.
It's just a
Yeah,
typo
every
all
time we
along.
say Zelda, though, there's a no friendo lawyer that's probably getting a twitch.
Yeah, but this came before Zelda, so they'd have a hard time
Exactly. Prior
doing
art.
that one. Yeah. Now they owe Fred Skramble a whack load of money
Oh
for stealing
yeah,
Zelda.
right. Yeah.
He'll be a multimillionaire in no time. Anyway, that's what I have for Game On News. So I'll stop that share there.
So
when you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
So before I get to the news, Erico, did you have an update for us, or?
Yes. Would you like to see it now or after the news?
No, you can do it now before I get started. Give
All
my
right.
voice a
It's
break.
going to be a long, long time.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Well, let me share the exact screen. So, guys, checking that out.
Okay. Yeah, we see the intro screen with all the tiles.
Okay, and so imagine that you would get a picture here for the title, and under here you have a choice between a survival game or duo game. Survival will be up to 3 players fighting against NPCs through random stages, and duo will be the survival of the last one. Then you change stages and you get points up to a certain point, right? So what I did here is I added the 3 players, but not the 3 controls yet. So here you have the keyboard player. Here you have joystick 1 and joystick 0, right? So so here you have. Unfortunately, I'm controlling them all with the joystick, right? With the first control, and you can blow things up. And so far, things are moving quite fast, faster than they should be. Eventually, things shouldn't be this kind of machine gun.
Yeah, you might want to introduce some sound or something in there to, rumbling tank treads or something to slow it down.
Get some. So what I'm gonna do now is actually add the second joystick for the third tank and the keyboard for the second one, and have the energy here gets do the HUD stuff and kill them. So then I'll advance the game later. So this is where I am at right now.
Cool. That's some good progress since earlier in the show, especially because you're quickly fixing a bug so it would actually run again.
That seems working pretty fine.
3D tiles and all kinds of good stuff going on. I like it.
Yeah, I'm hoping to add some more kind of like cityscape to this generator. So maybe a kind of a building with some lights and doors that if you pass in front, it adds to your energy. I might add some buildings or stuff like that. And so far, that's what I have.
Yeah, I do like the destroyable terrain because that was something we didn't see too often back in the Coco era.
Blow up the world. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to create. And it's moving really fast. That's nice. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for the update.
All right. That's it.
Okay.
I'll let you guys go through Discord and the YouTube Basic channel on Discord, Coco Discord, and through Facebook, how things evolve. Hopefully by midweek, I have something going. I really would like to add music to this. It would be
Actually,
nice.
I'll get to his story first because it's actually one of the first ones, I think. But some people were asking about how do you get background music in BASIC, even on a Coco 3. And there are some routines, like Rainbow had published some, and I think Coco Town had actually released a routine where he actually was, generating sound in the background. It does slow BASIC down a fair bit, especially on a Coco 1 and 2. we don't have the interrupt programmable timer. But it is possible. So depending on your game and how much speed you need, you can actually run without adding extra hardware like a sound speech pack or a MIDI cart or something like that. You actually can do it. And Rainbow had published a couple of them, if I remember. And it was usually in their, what month was their music issue? Was that May, April, something like that? They do their music special, music themed ones. And there was a couple times there that some people had published some multi-voice music players that actually run the background and let BASIC still run. Okay. I think I missed one of the videos here. It looks like I missed quite a few. I went clicking and closed stuff up and started inserting stuff in the wrong spot.
Oh, come on. That's my job. I'm supposed to screw
Oh,
these
no.
up.
Okay. It inserted some in the wrong spot. It put some before. I don't know why it did that. Anyway, I'll just switch the order over to what I actually have. So TRS-80 Retro Programming, who's been doing, originally I was going to be a port of Haunted House from the Atari 2600. Now he's kind of adding his own original concepts to it. So he did another status update on this. So he's actually got a ghost that circles around a track. Now the track won't appear in the final version of the game. This was just for him to test to like make sure it's following around where it's supposed to be. And basically you've got a little door here. You have to get the right key and jump over. You get to pick up items and stuff like that. This is all in BASIC. Now he's running this on a Coco 3, so he's running in full double speed. And it does slow down when you're drawing this moving around. Plus the guy, the main player is also using their flashlight, which lights up the area around so you can see the little pieces you're supposed to be picking up in the rooms. But he's made a fair bit of progress just from last week when we last saw it. So fast forward a little bit here.
Side. And the circle shouldn't be there. This is just there for analysis purposes. And then it goes back is. They don't go as far down, so you can.
So you can
tell
see a
that
bit of a
this is an
slowdown at this
exit.
point because he's redrawing these page flipping between these to
And if I
prevent
go over
flicker, but he's
here to
redrawing the
this
circle and the
notch, there
ghost
isn't
and the eyes
anything
and everything
there.
every time.
But there could be a staircase,
Every
like
frame.
on the right-hand side, where the ghost is. There's a staircase. The color of the walls will change. So let's go up here. And we're going to go up this staircase, and now we're on the second floor. As you can see, the color of the walls have changed.
You also notice that the central hallway is now gone too, so this is a different map. And you'll have to navigate between, sides of the screen as you're going up and down stairs. Try to find there. Let's put the flashlight on at the same time. So this is when you turn the flashlight and you get this halo around you. You can see the little pieces that you're supposed to pick up to assemble. So yeah, fair bit of progress on it. I do like the fact he's actually been doing Coco 1 and 2 stuff. He is using the Coco 3 double speed poke, as I mentioned, in this case, just to keep the speed up. But it still shows that you can still do some pretty interesting stuff in BASIC that, at first glance you go, how did you get BASIC to do that? And he comes up with nice concepts. He takes some, more obscure games. Haunted House was, semi-popular, but not a huge hit like, say, Space Invaders on the Atari 2600. But then adding his own spins to it. He's got multiple gaming projects. He's got a couple in the archive already. There's a couple others that he's pretty close to being done because he kind of jumps between them, which I know some other people do too, because you get, a bit burned out doing the same project for too long. You take a bit of a break, you go do something else, and you come back to it all refreshed, and then you tend to tackle it a lot better. But he was the one who was kind of asking about the playing of background music because he really wants to have something in the background. And I think the two main options are, if you don't mind the people having to have the hardware, the Sweet Sound Pack, because that actually was designed to be run from BASIC and designed to run in the background. So you can actually set it like, here's the next, 6 sequences of notes you're supposed to play. Go play them, and the hardware will do it, and the game can do whatever else it needs to do in the meantime without getting slowed down. The other option is to use one of these background players, like Coco Town did one. And like I said, there's a few issues of Rainbow that have had multiple versions of these. That will run in the background, based on timer interrupts or H-sync or something like that. And then you can actually do it. But that does slow the computer down a fair bit doing that. But you can do it. Okay. Next up, Dr. Boisy Pitre has got multiple updates this week. It's almost getting hard to keep track of them all. First one is he released a Basic 09 compiler prototype, which uses LLVM to compile Basic 09 source on modern machines. So basically you can download this. And he's got some test programs and even screenshots from some of the test programs here because he's actually got a graphics package for modern machines as well. But basically you can take code written in Basic 09, copy it straight over to these, compile it for a modern machine like a Windows machine, a Linux machine, whatever. And he's got a graphics library, so you can actually use modern graphics cards. And you got some samples here. So you got like a Mandelbrot set, fractal drawing, Doom style fire simulations. So this actually animates. Some 3D perspectives, rotating wireframe cubes and all kinds of stuff. So if you know Basic 09 already, or if you're just more familiar with, the BASIC from the 8-bit era versus the stuff you get nowadays for BASIC, like VB.net, you can actually continue to write the code the way you're used to, and then run it through his Basic 09 compiler, and then run it on a modern machine with modern graphics cards and everything else. It actually shows a multicolor Space Invaders game screenshot here too. And he's got all this code available for download, as well as the actual compiler itself and instructions on how to use it. So like everything else in the show links are all in the show notes that are on the Discord already. They go up at the beginning of the show. And Exxon Paradise will upload it to the Coco list, usually on Sunday mornings, so you can grab it there too if you don't want to use Discord or can't. And yeah, it's a pretty cool little project. And I do know Basic 09 quite well because I've used it even at work for years. And it's cool to see like a modern implementation of it. Before that, we only had, originally called CDL Basic, later called Omni Basic, was based on Basic 09 and was compilable for both Linux and Windows. And I did use that at work as well, but it's a little bit different. And unfortunately, the author passed away right in the middle of a major new update he was doing. So that kind of stalled. Another one he did here, now this is more for the Coco OS 9 techies, is he's got a new shareable high-res module. So this is something the level 2 upgrade did in a slightly different way, the one that Kevin Darling and them did back in the late 80s and never got released for decades. Basically, you've got two sets of graphics drivers. There's VDG int, as it was originally called, now it's CoVDG, which originally level 1, Coco 1 and 2, that's your graphics package for the Coco 1. So it does P mode 4, P mode 3, it draws circles and boxes and lines and that kind of stuff. And that's basically all it did. And then when the Coco 3 came out, they kept that as CoVDG or as VDGent to allow us to still run the old OS 9 programs that used Coco 1 and 2 graphics modes on a Coco 3. But they added some extra features to it as well. They added the ability to map Coco 3 high-res graphics screens, including some you can't get in OS 9 anywhere else, and you can't get in Super Extended Basic either, like, say, a 160 by 192 16-color screen. But they add these extra calls to allow direct mapping of screens into memory that you could write to directly. So if you want the maximum speed, rather than doing display codes or commands to actually do out the drawing. And then they had the whole windowing system, which was in GraphDriv and GraphInt/WindInt, which actually did like high-level menu handling, like pull-down menus, and the actual codes for drawing all the Coco 3 graphics screens. But that has a lot of duplicated functionality, like how to set up the gimme to make a high-res screen for the Coco 3. The same code was duplicated in the VDGint as it was in the GraphInt or WindInt. And if you wanted to do just basic game playing like, Restaurant Fractalist or King's Quest 3 that use some of these techniques, that you could just leave the VDGint and not run the bigger graphics driver that does all the windowing stuff. Or you would have to put both in if you want to be able to play both Coco 1 and 2 stuff and Coco 3 direct mapping and windowing stuff, which takes a lot of system RAM. That's a precious commodity in OS 9 Nitrous 9. So what he's done here is he's taken the stuff that's in common, moved it to a separate high-res module, and then the actual original CoVDG and CoWin modules will actually share that code. And as he shows in this chart below, once you do that, where you mix them on for the services at the same time, you're actually, freeing up 2.5K. That's a lot to get back in the system map. And this is something the level 2 upgrade had done too, where they actually took some of the calls for setting up high-res graphic screens from CoVDG, put it into CoWin, or back then it was WindInt and VDGint, but basically move the stuff over there. So you didn't need both drivers in there to run the backwards compatible stuff. You could actually run all the Coco 3 stuff irregardless from the one driver. So that saves a lot of RAM, system RAM. So great news that he's done that. I haven't had a chance to try it yet. Probably won't for a while. But it should actually help with EOU eventually if I can put that in there, because I do have both those drivers loaded in, so people can try to run whatever you want to just clicking on it. But there's a couple games that map in a fair bit of stuff into, like, say, text screens as well, the 32 by 16 VDG screens. And that all comes out of your system app. So your system app gets empty pretty darn quick. And then you can't run some of those programs. This might actually help fix some of those, because if I can get 2.5K back, then I have enough room to put a couple of those screens in there. So I'm definitely going to be wanting to try this at some point. This is an early release of it. I don't know if it's fully vetted as far as debugging and stuff, or is it more meant to be beta tested at this point? But definitely worthwhile for me to check out and see if I can actually improve EOU and allow it to be more compatible with the standard boot to run more software than it can now. And he wasn't done yet. So the thing he did after that is he also uploaded Coco Codex Pet, which is the animated custom pet using ChatGPT based on the Coco character in the original basic manual. So you may remember these here. He's got a bunch of these here where he's actually created these animations. And this is for modern programming stuff here, but you can actually create little cartoons out of these things here with fully animated characters based on the original rules and what the Coco looked like as a cartoon character. So that's kind of a cute idea. And I think Melly has done some stuff like this too. Exile in Paradise. I think I don't know if she's done anime, but she's done some stuff with the Coco character, making little cartoons.
They're posted in the Discord art channel. She's got some like Coco cartoons where the little Coco guy's doing some stuff, and there's also a series of the little emoji reaction guys that are different emotions that you can go into. So yeah,
so that's kind of cute.
I got Ellie a ESP32 Coco in pink for doing Coco Max. So I'm hoping that there will be more Coco guys here soon.
Oh, cool.
And she's right behind me listening to me say this to you.
So now she's committed. But yeah, that's cool. Like having the animations and stuff too. I mean, if you guys want to make like little web pages and have a little animated Coco stuff on here, this is kind of like a whole download section.
Yeah, we got sad Cocos and all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah, or looking around and doing a little shake dance, I guess. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to actually see the animation go, but or falling asleep and then kind of waking back up and being sad.
Never thought I'd see a Coco twerk. Oh my gosh.
As long as you don't have to see any of us try to twerk, that's
right. That's the important part.
Okay, so Rich already talked about this, so I'll just kind of repeat it very quickly here. And he's no longer, so I think he had to go. But basically, this is the manual he's created for doing a FujiNet setup with XROAR to get it running so that you can actually use all the full FujiNet functions stuff using the XROAR emulator. So you can start working on code that works with the, saving the high scores or accessing stuff over the net, etc. So that's available on the Coco Facebook group. I think it's also available on the Discord, if I remember correctly. So you can go grab that there as well. William also released a new version of LW Tools. Of course, this is the cross-assembling package of utilities and assemblers, etc., for doing 609, 609 base coding. And he's done the latest release here, 4.25, which he just released this past week. A roll-up release containing a number of source cleanups and bug fixes. There were some actually reported in the channel on Discord for LW Tools, so some bugs had been found that he fixed. He said some features that may or may not be useful. I love that, covering all the bases there, including bitwise shift operators in LWS using double less than or double greater than signs. Additionally, this version comes with 132 and 64 binaries that may or may not work. So he's definitely develops natively in Linux, so that's pretty well guaranteed to work, and it hopefully does work on Windows as well. But this is like anybody that does all the cross-assembling stuff here, this is the tool set that pretty well everybody uses. There's only a few diehards like Nick and me that still do it on the original quote-unquote hardware or an emulator over crank like crazy, just because we're old and we can't learn new things. So we just are so used to how we do it already that we just keep doing it that way. But most modern developers, if they're not using AI now, are doing it through LW tools. So big thank you to William, who also helped do some of the Daggerth patches we've got now too for disk. Next after that, I believe the YouTube channel Ugufru, I think is Paul Cunningham, who's actually been on the show a few times in the last month. And he did a quick little video here showing emulation hardware for the TRS-80 color computer, which is including like the ESP32 Coco we just talked about. So he released this little video here kind of showing some of the hardware and then also showing it running various things. I think some of this might be XOR, some might be real. And some of the stuff I think he's written in his fourth language that he's been doing. So you see a little bust out game running. You see the Game of Life kind of looking thing. Exxon Paradise, I think you were talking about this. You might, I posted about this. You might actually know more about this than I do.
Yeah, the ESP32 Coco is Cedric's project, and yeah, that's him and Paul Cunningham have both been looking at these microcontrollers doing the full emulation, essentially in bare metal. So they're not like booting a Linux and then doing an emulator on Linux. They're running something on their microcontroller that is the full emulator only.
So it's kind of like the Mister's kind of a hardware emulator too. Is that...
It's just a different platform from, instead of the FPGA, these are using the ESP32 modules and their microcontrollers, which are, I think, a variation of Arduino stuff.
Yeah, it could be.
It's hard to keep up.
Kind of like the BMC64 project, which uses Pi Pico to emulate Commodore 64, where you put something on either directly on the ESP32 or the Pico, because those platforms are both can be had for $10.
Yeah, and there's more hardware for the Coco stuff coming out too. We'll be covering that in a little bit ourselves here. So yeah, there's so many different platforms to run this stuff on the hardware side now.
All the Henry stuff is on the ESP32 because it just rocks. You can emulate the entire
he uses Pi
Coco
Pico
on
for
this.
quite a bit of stuff too. I think some of
Well,
his
he's
boards.
left the Pico for the ESP32 because it's so much faster. The Pico 2 has been left in the dirt. Sorry.
Yeah. Next up, William, I think you provided this link here too. So if you want to talk about this, you probably know more about it than I do.
Yeah, so this is Future Vision Research. Friend of the show, Brian Cox. He sells a lot of different FujiNets, and he's got the FujiNet for Dragon now. So he's got two different flavors of it. There's the one that's the full kit, which gives you a FujiNet cartridge along with the proper cable for a Dragon, as well as just a cable that you can adapt if you already have a Coco FujiNet. You plug it into that. And I'm not sponsored or anything like this, but I did buy from him before I even met him the Apple II version, and he produces these things very professionally. He has professional packaging, professional boxing, labels, documentation. He does a really good job. I mean, look at that label on there. That's proprietary to his outfit. There's other folks that sell FujiNet devices and whatever, and they're all good, but Brian at Future Vision Research, his is like a step above the others. So check it out. But FujiNet,
because it's Dragon 3264, is he based in the UK or is he here?
No. He I think he's in SoCal.
Okay. Yeah, because I mentioned the custom adapter cable allows it to be used with the Dragon 32 and 64, the Tana one, by connecting to the parallel printer port, not the serial port that the
So the way that the Dragons are wired is that the parallel printer port on the Dragons, it's just an IDC 20 connector. It turns out that it shares the same pins, some of the same pins and additional ones, obviously, as the RS-232 on the Coco. And so with very little modification, you can have a program, like, for instance, drive wire code can actually work more or less identically on Coco versus Dragon, and that's kind of why a lot of the original drive wire cables for Dragon went on the parallel port, even though they're doing serial. It's basically bit banger over some of the bits on that parallel port. And the nice part about doing it that way is that particular parallel port, it's isolated perhaps better than a lot of the other ports that you could use for doing a bit banger kind of port. So works really well.
So is the Dragon's parallel port bidirectional though? Then it's not just output?
It's unidirectional for the data bits, but then the control bits, the ACKs and whatever, come back as a input, and so it uses the input for the serial port read basically.
Okay, and are you just doing a bit at a time on that, or is it actually doing the full 8 bits that?
No, it is a bit at a time. It is a bit banger port. It's nearly identical code to the Coco bit banger stuff.
It's just now you have a parallel channel that would be a serial channel on the Coco, so it's at the same
so it's kind of just using one of the data pins versus all 8 of them that are on a
That's
Centronics.
Right. One bit in each direction, bit banged.
Nicely done.
But you could technically, kind of like you guys are doing with the hardware port that doesn't have the dongle anymore, you could use bidirectional parallel if it supports that, just to do 8 at once.
But the other side, the Coco FujiNet cart only it gives us 1 bit of out. That's why.
Right.
Okay.
We would have to re-engineer the other side in order to get 8 bits out. But that's technically true. I mean, we could have put a different connector on that cart and got 8 bits at a time. But the stuff that's coming will be better.
Yeah, you're chasing the bus anyway, so just put them all on the bus and call it a day.
Well, the reason I was asking, I was trying to remember what was Peter Norton had a utility for doing direct link ups between PCs. It was PC Anywhere or something that was based on a bidirectional parallel port, because it was way faster than using the built-in serial.
Oh, right.
Yeah. There were several different products that I actually worked on back in the day, a network adapter that worked over that parallel port stuff. And for instance, the original zip drives, they plugged into your parallel port on a PC bidirectionally. But Dragon, I'd have to look at the schematics. I don't think it's bidirectional parallel port. There's a buffer on there that I think is unidirectional.
Now, Norton did a very fancy thing to flip the different PCs so they're both only printing. They didn't. It was the printer port, but it wasn't a bidirectional port. They used the control lines to flip the software around and make it work.
Yeah, a lot of the control lines come back from the printer, so there's actual bidirectional lines. There's 8 out.
Right, which
printing,
there's a lot of work to make that work, which no one's going to do on a Dragon. So
not yet, anyways. Who thought FujiNet was going to be?
Oh yeah, someone. Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
Next up, we have another blog post from Alan Huffman, Subby the Software, on his blog there. And this one's actually going through something I was hoping Brian Weezer was going to be on the show today about. This is Color TRS-DOS. Now, for those of you who know the history of Tandy and the TRS-80 Model 1, 2, 3, etc., TRS-DOS was the name of their disk basic operating system. I don't quite call it a full operating system or not, but very few people remember the color TRS-DOS, though, because, of course, that was all made for the Z80. So what happened? The original disk-based ROMs from Microsoft from 81, or the 1.1 version from 82, is that the official quote-unquote ROM calls that you were legally allowed to use were very low level. They were basically read and write sectors, seek track, and that's pretty well it. Allocate buffers, that kind of thing. That's DiskCon, if you guys are familiar with that. But nothing at the file level. So if you wanted to implement the file system as it was there, or maybe, introduce a different one like Dragon DOS did or something like that, sector-based versus granule-based, you had to write all the code for that yourself, which is a pain in the ass. So what Robert Kilgus had done, and when we interviewed him, we actually talked about this. So he created Color TRS-DOS, and he was giving it to Tandy for a song. Instead of the normal commission plus an upfront charge that he usually got for most of his software, he said, I only want one upfront, and you guys can distribute this for free for anybody who wants it, because this will make it so much easier for other programmers to write machine language programs that access the disk at a file level. So you can just open a file and read a record, rather than try to, interpret the directory and figure out where it's pointing to and go grab the sector and chop off the part of the sector that's not being used and all that kind of stuff. And he did several iterations of this. And he meant it to be distributed by Tandy basically for free for programmers. So Tandy basically did include it with Disk EdTASM, which Microsoft helped make. And you're seeing a screenshot here of what that actually looks like.
Right, but they never explained why they included it.
No, they didn't.
He
he had whole chunks of documentation explaining how every single thing in this work, including how to do real-time clock, how to set it, because right now you just set it and it just starts at 0. He has some utility type functionality in this little basic demo program, which is basically what this is, for doing copy files directly, but it uses all these calls at the file level, so it's much easier for a programmer to do. And this was kind of like it's meant as a demo to show you how to use it. But the full documentation, I don't think was ever fully released. And he kept updating it because he did multiple versions of this over the years. And I don't think this one's even the latest. I was going to ask Brian, because Brian actually has printed out source code and the printed out documentation Robert sent to Tandy in the first place that was supposed to be given away to everybody. And he was quite disappointed when it never got used, because he put a lot of work into this. And, you know, he got the one upfront fee, which is far less than he normally got for programs, and then, you know, crickets.
And then instead we all used cheat sheets on how to poke at deck B from assembly.
Yeah, and you made calls to the ROM not using quote-unquote legal means, which means anytime there's an update or a third-party one like ADOS came out, all these addresses broke. Yeah. Anybody remembers the disk 1.0 to 1.1 thing when every single disk word processor broke overnight will attest to how crappy that was.
I think in the back of the manual of the disk EDTASM that Tandy sold, there was a listing of this.
Yeah, source was listed, but they never really connected how that connected to disk basic. And
yeah, because I remember quite a few people kept complaining there was nothing to do, you know, file level access, and actually that's what this was designed for specifically, with a few extra features thrown in.
Exactly, but how and why was never really explained.
Yeah,
you just had the listing in the back of the book.
So one thing I really want to get Brian to do, like I know he's busy collecting stuff and he likes his hardware, but I would really like him, at least in this case, take the latest version of TRS-DOS source, scan it in, take the latest version of the manual, scan it in, get it up in the archive. Somebody else can, you know, convert it to disk, and if it's later than 1.07, then that way people can actually finally start using this. Because I even like that game that I was helping for the 8-bit guy, what's it called? Attack of the Pesky Robots. Like one of the things we were hitting was how to get the stupid disk routines to load in level maps and stuff like this without having to, you know, write our own operating system to figure out granule use tables and all that crap. And that was a pain in the butt. I would rather just, you know, have this ready-made thing that was meant to be free for everybody and just use that instead. But anyway, he goes through a little bit of kind of explaining the history of it, how TRS-DOS was the name of the original Model 1.3 operating system, and then Color TRS-DOS. Robert worked on those machines too before the Coco ever got announced. Plus, he was one of the early birds to get Coco hardware months before the Coco was even announced. And kind of goes through a little bit of it here, kind of explaining what it is. And like Alan, the same as the rest of us, didn't really understand what that thing was on there for when you got the Color Disk EDTASM. Had a little, you know, program launcher. Even some wildcard features are built into there. Some of the other utilities using granular use tables, etc. So he goes into a nice deep dive of what is known, but he doesn't have the full documentation that Robert, you know, wanted to distribute too. So, Brian, if you're hearing this, if you get a chance, please scan that stuff in. I would love to get that stuff up there as quick as possible, because I think it would save a lot of headaches for people writing R-Stuffs games, etc.
Curtis, no worries. Both Tim and I chase Brian pretty regularly about this game.
Yeah, I know he's busy with work right now too, which I've been as well. So I mean, I can definitely sympathize, but I really would like to get that stuff out there for the programmers to use.
And so would he. He laments the lack of ability to get that focus through so far.
Yeah, because if I remember, Robert has these printed out on 13 by 11-inch sheets, I think. So like a regular
something ungodly, yeah.
Letter size scanner won't catch it all.
Right.
And I know Tim was talking about maybe arranging to get somebody who has a larger scale scanner that can handle these to just take it.
That's what Tim and I are hounding him about, is the scanning and with the appropriate scanner and those kinds of things. So the scanner has been located. The problem is getting it to Brian, and then Brian having the time to use it and getting the scanner back. And so it's all logistics at this point.
Okay. Like I know Brian's busy, so wherever you guys are getting the scanner, I don't want details, but is there a chance of Brian just sending the source to them and having, like, are they trustworthy enough to they do the scan and then send the originals back to Brian?
Those kinds of things have been kicked around, yes.
Okay. Next up, now we're getting back into some AI generated stuff here. So Retro Islander, I'm blanking his actual name. He's been on the show. He's posted stuff on the Discord quite a bit. Do you remember his name off the top of your head? Anybody on the panel? Because I would really like to give him proper credit than just call him Retro Islander. But he's been doing some AI generated stuff and made some simpler games on the Coco already based on some of the AI tools. He was one of the first people to actually, get it to do a full blown game. Well, he's been working on this other one, and you might recognize it from the screenshot here. It's Ladybug. Now, we do have a very good Ladybug clone on the Coco 1 and 2 already, called Doodlebug, that came out from Computerware. But this is a Coco 3 native one. And he's been working on this for a bit. And he's got this video. He's got another companion video. He's going to go more into the ChatGPT specifics, but this is kind of covering, getting all the graphics and stuff and what this concept is. But it's looking pretty darn good. It's looking pretty close to the actual arcade game. So I'll play a little bit of here. He'll do a little bit of a demo of it actually running. And he's not done, but it's looking pretty good so far. And this is, using ChatGPT and the Sol version of it and Codex here to actually do the actual code writing.
This, and then I'm going to show you my version of Ladybug as it is right now. I just had to do a little bit of setup to get this working properly. So this is my game. As you can see, the maze is almost a perfect reproduction of the game, with the one big exception being that the special extra and multipliers are on the left, and the scores and stuff and the life counters are on the right. And
that's, of course, because arcade games are basically, their monitors are sideways, so there's more vertical resolution than horizontal, whereas computers are the opposite way. So we just moved those down so we can keep the maze itself with the exact same proportion as the original arcade.
Because the maze itself, pretty much working, with one exception being that the enemies are not moving properly yet. So let me just show you, and there's also no sound. And the other thing is that it doesn't have the a track screen, any of the bonus stuff, the enter your name at the end. This is just the gameplay that I've been focusing on, but it's the bulk of the game. But I do have my gates working. Oh, is that a bug? I think there's a bug sometimes on some of these gates, but it actually does work pretty much arcade perfect as far as controls go. Oh, yeah, so it collided there. You can see the animation for that. That's dead, but it does do even the little animation of the Ladybug leaving. It'll begin because they are on the side of the screen. I have to go off screen and then come back on. Here, let me go over here just to pick that up. Oh, and there's a bug with that.
Anyway, I won't play the whole video, obviously, here, but graphically, it looks awesome. It looks very close to the arcade. And like I said, the Coco 1 and 2 version, Doodlebug, was actually pretty darn good for its time, too. This obviously plays a bit smoother. It has more colors because you have the 16 colors of the Coco 3. So we're finally going to get a native version of Ladybug for the Coco 3. And he is planning on adding, some of the sound and stuff in here, too. So I think this is one of the places where it proves that, AI can really help programmers get stuff done, quickly. And if you're, especially if you're not, that familiar with 69 assembly language or how the Coco 3, graphics modes work at the gimme level, et cetera, there, then you can definitely use AI tools to aid you in writing that. And multiple people have been doing that lately. So it's obviously, it's not for everybody. I prefer the thrill of, figuring out a bug that I created myself rather than try to hunt down an AI's bugs. But I can see that there's a lot of development happening now that probably would not be happening if it wasn't for AI. So I have some reservations about AI in general on certain things, but there's some things it's really good at, and now it's getting better and better at coding for 8-bit machines, including the Coco, which is awesome. Now, how many of you would be looking forward to a Coco 3 native version of Ladybug? And how many of you played Doodlebug back in the past, and it was one of your favorite games? It was one of mine. I found it much more interesting than Pac-Man.
Yeah, don't take my money.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really good job on it. And he's got 2 channels, I guess he's got on YouTube. The one here is more his generalized one, and then he's got a very specific channel for the, getting into the nitty-gritty details of all the AI and how to get everything set up for it and how to get it to learn the proper things to actually do 6-9 coding and Coco 3 coding, etc. Okay, next up after that, Tristan Robichaud has been doing updates for his manual for the ESP32 Coco, which is made by Cedric Bajon. We've actually mentioned this last week that he created the manual. As you can see here by the dates of last updates, he's actually been doing some modifications. Some of it's based on feedback. Some of it's just adding stuff he discovered he missed. So if you've downloaded the manual already, but you want to make sure you're up to date, I would definitely go download some of the updates because there's been multiple updates this past week, as you can tell here in different chapters. Next after that, talking about hardware emulation of the Coco, there's a new one on the block as of this week as well. This is from Ronaldo Torres. I don't know too much about him at all, but I will just mention what he's mentioned here. And that's that. After several months of hard work, I'm excited to finally share my latest project with you all. Say hello to the TTGO VGA32 Coco, a Coco 2 and Coco 3 emulator on a single firmware. So this does not require separate firmwares for the Coco 2 and the Coco 3. It actually handles both in one single firmware. And he's got some screenshots here, some Coco 3 stuff, etc. So this is if you have a LilyGo TTGo VGA32 board that you can actually, plug in his software and actually have a full-blown Coco 2 and 3 emulator. I'm not familiar with this board. I've never heard of it before. Have any of you hardware gurus know much about this board or have any details on what exactly it is?
LilyGo has a whole number of different controllers and boards available, and like smartwatch form factors and things like that. And I have a couple of friends who are working on other different LilyGo projects, and they've just kind of blown up and fairly recently. But yeah, super cheap, but reasonably usable. And they seem to have a lot of interesting ecosystem around them now for developers to launch projects off like this rather quickly with.
So how would you compare with, say, like an ESP32 or Raspberry Pi or something like that?
Well, it is an ESP32.
As far as like performance and things, I don't have any kind of way to compare the numbers because I don't have them all personally or haven't dug into all of that. But as a class of machine, they're all very much in the same kind of class of small microcontroller based system board, single board computers in a number of small form factors that you can actually crank a lot of power out of.
Okay. Now, William, you were mentioning here that this is an ESP32 based system. So what is this, just like a separate build SKU type of thing where they put some extra hardware mixed in?
Form factors. So that they have like a lot of the LilyGo products have a little 1.8 inch LCD on them, or they have in this particular case, I think this one has a VGA connector on it.
Yeah, it does.
And but the thing that differentiates the ESP32 significantly from the Pi Picos and whatever is that it's got Wi-Fi typically. So this one should be very amenable to networking.
Okay. Because you mentioned like the key features: single unified firmware, no need to flash different files for different setups. So one firmware allows seamlessly toggle between a Coco 2 and a Coco 3 dynamically. And then fully embedded standalone, runs entirely on the cheap LilyGo board. All you need to get started is a standard PS2 keyboard, PS2 mouse, SD card loaded with your favorite software, and away you go. And like he's got Contras running already, which has got hardware scrolling and 512K and FRQ based timer, multi-channel sound effects. Actually, he's got some
the Lily
screenshots.
comes in a smartwatch form factor, so there's that.
Yeah, and he's got a nice graphical disk manager here for selecting them, and he's actually got some little demo videos here. I'll just kick one in. No sound, so he shows a little demo. Are you guys still seeing that share?
Yes.
And sometimes when I full screen Facebook, it disconnects the share. Okay, you can play.
Well, you could play.
I don't.
It's not
Anyway,
behaving.
go check them out on the Facebook. The Facebook. And you can see some demos of it, and then people have been asking questions, of course. But yeah, I had no idea that was coming. But if it is an ESP32, I guess that explains why it's not that hard to crank it out this fast, because he's basically just taking a separate build with a different default hardware set that comes with an ESP32.
Right, this thing has 2 cores and a bunch of whole stuff going on, so right.
Yeah. Well, I see what I did. I forgot. I skipped the dragon stuff. My apologies to the dragon people here.
It fell asleep before we got out of projects and acquisitions.
I'll throw it in now before we get too late. So my apologies. Yeah, that's what I did. I skipped right to the Coco stuff. Got too excited with all these new games. Hey, so for dragon stuff here, Dave Hooper has released a new Maxduino update, version 4.3.0. Now, this is the one that allows you to load in cassette images and I think even disk images for a variety of systems, including the Dragon. And I didn't get a chance to read through all the show notes here, but it says lots of new stuff. So I'm hoping that includes some Dragon-specific stuff as well. They've also, it comes with a PC Windows Linux tool for offline conversion of all supplied formats to .wav for testing and validation purposes. So all these various cassette images, cassette formats, I should say, for all kinds of machines, you can actually convert to an actual sound file to put on a real tape if you wanted to, which is cool. And we have covered the Maxduino before. Next up, we have Erik Gundersen. I don't know if he's in the chat today or not. I can't remember if he is or not. He's been uploading some manuals that he'd been questioning people if they, because they were not on the archive, the World of Dragon archive, and he didn't see it in the Coco archive either. And these are Dragon-specific software manuals for developers, actually. So after getting some feedback that no, we haven't seen them, he's actually uploaded a couple of them to the Dragon Facebook group. And the first one here is Edit Plus and High Res from CompuSense. You can download the zip file with those manuals in it. High Res gives you basically like 51 by 24 text. It was kind of like the Solution or Screen 64, Screen Machine, and a bunch of others we had in the Coco to kind of do the same thing. But this was independently written the UK market. And then he also has Deasm and Demon by CompuSense, which is a disassembler and stuff too. So that's some more technical stuff that you can go download the manuals for, which is really cool. And then this is where Ron comes in, because he was complaining about Defense, because Defense, the copy they had was set up for NTSC color, like for a Tano Dragon. And of course, that just comes out as vertical stripe things on a actual PAL-based machine. And he knew that there had been a version of Defense that had been changed to use the green or the white color sets of P13 instead, and couldn't find it. But thanks to Mike Miller, I now can play it in P13 again. So basically, Mike Miller went and patched it manually and got it working so that he can play it in color. Now, of course, it won't quite look, what it was intended to be, but it doesn't use any weird artifacting tricks. So actually, I've seen with the screenshots, looks like it actually looks decent enough, and you get to pick which colors that you want. And it actually plays pretty good. So you can download that updated version of Defense. I'm assuming it's going to be on the archive, the Dragon archive, at some point in the future. But for now, you can actually get it from the Dragon group on Facebook as well. Might even be on the Coco archive by now. Next up, Julian Brown, who's been doing some vlogs lately about his Dragon motherboard adventures, where he's been kind of, originally he was just doing Dragon duplicate motherboards, and now he's doing stuff where he's using CPLDs and FPGAs to go well beyond, also to reduce the chip count on the boards themselves, but adding extra features, etc. In this particular case here, on update number 5, he's going into the VDG chip itself, and then how he's doing the actual coding, what kind of his goals were, why he chose Verilog to do it. He had some problems like some of the other people like Frank at Retro Rewind have, where chips get obsoleted, and then the replacement chip got obsoleted. So now he has to jump into a totally different one and decide which route to take at this point, since it's pretty well a clean break. I won't spoil what he told you, mainly because I haven't had a chance to listen to it myself. But you want to get an update of where he's going with his new Super Dragon, I don't know what else to call it, where he's going to be possibly adding a whole bunch of extra features that have not been in the Dragon before. And then we have an onward update from John Whitworth, of course, his Dragon Plus. He posted a heads up that he will stop exporting Dragon Plus items to a handful of EU countries, namely Portugal, Greece, Norway, Germany, and France, due to some new EU regulations that make it a real pain for him. I didn't get into I think it's mostly the labeling and yeah. He said, no, the real reason is after surviving CE marketing declarations of conformity and paying for the privilege of sticking those adorable crossed out wheel symbols on my products, the ones that remind people not to immediately throw their shiny new purchase in the bin, I'm now expected to pay to prove that I'm not using too much packaging. So I know that's an environmental regulation they've got it now, but he's just decided it's just not worth his extra time and money to cover all these bases here. He can still sell it to some other places. He can sell in the UK just fine. But there's certain countries where it's just become just too much of a pain in the butt to do. So I would hope they would start, fixing the regulations. If they're getting that bad that it makes it not worth your while to even sell as a hobbyist, then that's
Seems to be
too
a
far.
popular thing nowadays to block other people from each other.
So anyways, he's hoping that somebody else might be either can manufacture on behalf of maybe, or maybe if they have a way to get it across the border without going through the hoops.
Now that's what we need. How can we network so like I could just kind of dump stuff in Canada and Europe?
Yeah, get it manufactured, shipped from there, so you don't have to pay tariffs or
right.
customs fees or anything else.
Everybody, how can we do that?
Now, Julian's in the chat, actually, talking about the previous story about defense. And he said the real story is how Mike fixed it, which I didn't get a chance to fully read, so I'm not sure what. I know when I've patched things like that, it's usually I just have to hunt for where it programs the VDG and SAM and just, change a couple of bytes for a load A or something to change the value. I don't know if there's any special story there. If you have it and you don't mind typing, go ahead, Julian. Now, this one, this one I definitely want to talk to Julian about. So this is posted in the Coco group. And it says, now boards are in and testing looks right from somebody named Alishar Hugo. Looks like Rev 2.1 is the end of this particular journey. I can move on to the more radical Rev 3. And it's got some red circuit boards, which if you zoom up here, you will see that it's actually Dragon boards. But the Julian's Dragon boards, actually it's Julian's name on here. So it's almost sounds like this guy's like taking credit for it. So I don't know if it's just a rogue account or somebody being a dick, or maybe there's some reason for it that I'm just not aware of. So Julian, since you're actually in the chat, let me know what do you think. But yeah, I don't know. It was letting me zoom in before they would know. So it's basically just like a Dragon motherboard. You can see like spots for the SAM and the VDG and the CPU and PIAs. And it's Dragon data limited and modified by Julian Brown, version 2.1. So I maybe he's just talking about he's bought some of these, but why is he showing like pictures of a whole bunch of them then? Like
right, because that's where Julian started from, right? Was making Dragon boards.
Yeah, so I mean, this sounds like somebody trying to take credit from him, or maybe he did buy a bunch and now he wants to switch to the Rev 3. I'm being very nice to the post. I maybe assume that, but Julian, I know you're probably already typing on the previous thing we were talking about, but let us know there too, because I just want to see if somebody's trying to take credit for your work here. I definitely want to like call them out on it.
We are confused, yes.
Okay, so now I can catch up back to the Coco side of things. And Erico's already talked about this. Is Eric still in the call? He might have left already. Oh, you are still there. Good. Yeah, because you put up an animated GIF. You actually did a couple posts here kind of showing what you demoed on the show already here. So I'm not going to repeat it all because you've actually advanced past where this post was. And you did mention here, check the CoCoNation show at YouTube in a couple of hours, and I'll be showing progress in the tanks game. And here's some level generation. So you were mentioning the fact that actually can create the levels, the maps basically, as it goes, and put some sample ones that it generated. And the solid colors are the ones you can't destroy by shooting them, and the dithered ones are the ones that you can destroy. So that's kind of cool too. Even got shots of the 3 tanks there. Now you've actually got them moving around, so that's cool. Meantime,
I just about got them the second joystick and the keyboard to work all together, and they're pretty much all fine.
Okay, I'm only a couple stories away from the end from the regular news, so if you want to give us one last update before I do the upcoming shows, I can sneak it in there.
Oh no, these are just little extras, nothing visual.
Oh, okay. Speaking of artifact colors, Carlos Camacho actually has been posting updates of a picture he's been drawing. And he's actually says he's got disk bin and ASM files included for doing this. It's kind of, if you're listening to this on an audio podcast and you can't see it, it's basically a P14 artifact in colors of ground with some rocks and stuff. You got some snow-capped mountains in the background, some clouds, some sky, and it's got some of the more subtle shades, like sort of the light blue by dithering between artifact blue and white. Some green style stuff too that we don't normally see unless you're really controlling the artifact colors good, and if you're not using an older emulator or older hardware emulator that actually only does the pure 4 colors. So I thought it was quite a nice little graphic. This would be one of the ones you would have saw back in the day when Rainbow had their little art gallery, Coco art gallery section, and people would submit screenshots.
Right. Note the yellow dirt.
Was that?
He mentions Bob Ross there. And
oh yeah, the Australian painter.
Carlos, man, it's a great picture, but it needs more happy little trees.
There's
Anybody
a lot
who's
of
watched
them.
Bob Ross will know what that reference is.
Yeah, they're just far away, but they're happy trees. We can tell.
Next up, and Erico might be able to talk about this a bit too. So Ronivon Costa, is that how you pronounce it, Erico? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Oh, sorry, that's Ronivon.
Ronivon. Okay. I'll let you say that again because I'll probably forget. He said I was reviewing a 2-year-old project, reason because I have time just for that. It's a CP400 color core of Truco's multi-core with some modifications, implemented D0 with an SRAM expansion that he designed. A daughter board with connectors for 2 joysticks, VGA, SD card, audio, ESP32, and more. Individual modules for analog to digital joystick conversions, VGA output. Being modular, it's easy to adopt to custom cabinets. No intention of producing just for fun. So he's got some pictures here. He's got one little video where he's actually got the joystick hooked up. So I'll play a little bit up here.
Is that a CP400 board hooked up to a DE10 Nano Mister system? It looks interesting. Oh, yeah, DE0. Wow.
Yeah, and he's playing Astro Blast, a Mark Data classic, one of the first, actually the first artifacted Coco game I ever saw. And of course, the famous CP400 joysticks as well. So that's cool. I mean, this is the hobbyist at work here. He has no intention of selling this as a product. Just wanted to do it for his own sake. And the last one I got here for the regular news is Alan Lino posted a link to his case design for the joystick option for the ESP32 Coco. So this is a 3D printed case, and he's actually got a link to the files on makerworld.com. So if you want to get this printed out and actually do it, you can actually see it's got the holes already in there for the joystick ports and for the modern style, or the 9-pin ports, I should say. And it does look pretty good. I don't know if anybody's had time to actually download and try this out themselves yet, see how well it prints, but it's even got the room for the SD card slot.
Those modules and those little extras really nicely.
Yeah, so this would be your 9-pin Atari style joystick adapter ports, I would believe. If you want to use those instead of the
those are USB ports there.
Oh, those are USB? Okay.
And then DINs on the side.
Yeah, so these would be the standard 6-pin joystick ports, right?
Yeah.
And then you got your SD card slot room there too. Yeah, it looks nice. And he just put it up for free, so anybody wants to go grab that and have a 3D printer or access to one, go ahead and print. And that's it for the regular news. So I'm just going to see.
I think on those sites, a lot of them have an option to pay a service to go ahead and print it and ship it. So
yeah, that makes sense.
If you don't have access to a 3D printer, if you have
access to money,
if he has the money, get one.
Okay, so that's it for the news. I'll still kind of monitor the chat here. If Julian has any response to that one post about his 2.1 boards. But if not, I will just finish this off and then we'll be done. And this is basically just to go through some of the upcoming shows. So the first one I got coming up here is VCF West. Or Southeast and West, I guess, are both the same weekend. So Southeast is July 31st to August the 2nd. And VCF West is August 1st to 2nd as well. The Southeast one, I think that's one by Atlanta. That's one that Henry's been to, I believe. Which is part of the Southern Gaming Expo. Which seems to be much more emphasis on the game side than the VCF side of it. And then VCF West, of course, is the one in Silicon Valley, basically, and it's actually at the Computer Museum. So that's probably one that's a bit more up our audience's alley, I would guess.
So we've gone about as far from Southern fried to healthy as you can.
And this one, the one in VCF West here, does usually have some Coco people in attendance. Mikey Furman is fairly regular there. Mike Overall used to be when he lived there. Same with Tim Linder.
Are you supposed to be sharing a screen?
Oh, am I not? You're right. I forgot to reshare after I canceled the previous one. Thanks for pointing that out before I went through the whole.
Oh, I forgot what you were supposed to be doing. Sorry.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, this basically doesn't really show you that much extra on this particular one, but yeah. So there's a couple shows happening this August 1st, 2nd weekend. So depending whether you're closer to the east side of where Atlanta is, or if you're closer to the San Francisco area for the VCF West, there's definitely some VCF retro goodness to attend. And I think we checked the schedules last time. I think there were some speakers that might have been a little bit related, but not as much Coco specific as I would, we saw it say VCF Montreal this last January. You basically, if you go to the VCF org, because they got all the VCF stuff up there, so you can just go there. Now, I don't know, like I don't see the VCF site in general too often. I do know they have VCFs like in South America. They have some in Germany. Do they generally put them all on here, or do those kind of have their own separate web pages? Does anybody know? Or
well, notice the Chicago one is not part of the mass. It's like individual.
Yeah, they're kind of, they got to
pages.
use the name, but they're kind of like a separate thing.
Well, they don't have to use this site. I think this is the backup site if you can't do no better. Is the idea. If you don't want to do your own thing, you jump on here. But like VCF Midwest,
yeah, they have their own site.
They've got their own site because they got a whole thing going.
Yeah, and Bill, what were you saying? You're kind of familiar with this too.
The VCF Midwest is actually kind of the core one, so you would think that they would be on the main site.
Well, yeah, there's a bit of a host this for all the sub people.
There's a bit of a split between them and the other guys, though, too, because I mean, they also don't charge you to come in, while the other ones usually do. And
right.
There's definitely some political difference. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go home. I just to see for events.
Well, I can give you a little bit of a warning. They said for VCF Southeast that there's going to be Braves games that same weekend, and they're like across the freeway from the Braves stadium. So just be forewarned about parking. Plan to come early, but before the game time.
Okay, that would suck.
That's scary. Yeah, shuttle in quick, or you can't get there from here.
Yeah, so looking here on the VCF site, right in the the homepage of it, it just basically mentions Southeast, West, and Montreal coming up in November. That's the version 2.0. I don't see VCF Midwest mentioned here at all. I don't see any of the international overseas ones or the ones in South America either I mentioned. So I'm guessing it's probably just the North American ones that are part of the main click group, I guess. And Midwest is kind of like separate of that. I don't know. Speaking of VCF Midwest, so here's their own site. And of course, that one's happening. That's the biggest of the retro gaming or retro shows. I shouldn't say retro game, retro computer shows. This goes into like retro telephones and all kinds of retro. So basically almost anything electronic and retro. And has thousands of attendees. It's in a huge facility, which they just moved to not too long ago. And there is a big Coco contingent because this is in the Chicago area. So of course, all the Glenside people come down. And a bunch of others as well, like, say, Rick. So if you want to go to a generalized retro computer show, as aside from Coco Fest, which is Coco specific, this is probably the one that has the best Coco representation, except for maybe perhaps some, Dragon shows or something. So I would definitely recommend, if you're able to go to this one, I would definitely go. It's definitely on my bucket list. I'm not sure when I'll be able to make it down there. My ability to take time off now is pretty well nil because I'm at the bottom of the totem pole again. So I don't know when I'll be doing much traveling more than a couple days here and there. But it's I'm going to make it, damn it, sometime fairly soon.
Right.
Thought you were retiring.
Well, I was going to retire the company like my own company. That's retiring at the end of this year. So that I don't have to keep paying business taxes and business insurance and all this other crap that I had to pay.
But this is the modern retirement.
Now I just get to be a regular worker
just,
now and just do regular income tax.
Well, if you stop, who's going to print the tickets?
Nobody prints them anymore. That's why I'm shutting the company down. That's all.
Oh, that's right.
QR codes in your phone. So
you hold your phone up and walk in. So
okay.
Tell Curtis.
Us older people that remember what physical tickets were like and could collect them and put them up in a frame when your team won the
big
championship.
shiny paper thing put on the wall.
The people under 30 today could care less. It's just scan me, get me in. I'm going to go into the beer garden. That's pretty well all they do. So. Anyway, yeah, if you can go to VCF Midwest, definitely go. Of course, Jason, who's one of the main organizers of that, is also the auctioneer at the Glenside Cocoa Fest. So if you've been to a Cocoa Fest before, you'll actually know one of the guys that organizes VCF Midwest. Next out of that, we have Tandy Assembly, which is October 2nd to October the 4th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel at Cincinnati Airport. This is a brand new venue. It's also much easier if you're flying. This is right in the airport. But in previous
Kentucky,
years,
right?
What's that?
Cincinnati, Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
just to be confusing. But in previous years, it's been at Springfield, which doesn't have an airport for people flying in from out of the country, et cetera. So you'd have to actually like rent a car or Uber to a different town to go. And it was also running out of space. They were actually refusing people to get tables because it just didn't have room. Now they got a much bigger facility. It's actually right by the airport, so it's much easier. I'm hoping their attendance shoots through the roof, actually. It'd be nice if it kind of doubled. Because some people actually were kind of getting turned away being vendors. They couldn't get the tables. So I know a few people like Henry Strickland are planning to go to this show this year. So it'd be out of the ones, Cocoa specific, I would rank Cocoa Fest first. Tandy Assembly and VCF Midwest would probably be tied. I mean, this is Tandy specific, so it's Model 1, like all the Z80 based stuff, all the Tandy PC clones, the pocket computers, the Cocos, like all of them. So there's definitely, Cocoa representation, fairly large Cocoa representation in here. So this one I put on par with the VCF Midwest just because VCF Midwest is such a huge show that you can get really cool deals and you get to talk to everybody from all the old 8-bit machines. But if you're much more of a Tandy man, then I would definitely go to this one too because it's all the Tandy people.
Yeah, I've got a table there.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, because Henry's going, you're going. I think there's a few others. I think Brian Weezer was going to try to get to this one.
Nice.
Mind you, his work schedule's like mine all over the map now. Next up after that is VCF Montreal 2026 version 2.0, because of course they did the one in January, which is when everybody wants to go to Canada for a holiday. If you enjoy snow and -40. So they're doing one at the beginning of November 7th and 8th. I think it's at a slightly different venue too this time, not too far from the old one, but this is one we actually had a couple speakers, including Jim Gary at this last one in January. I'm hoping Sockmaster, who did pop by for a brief bit, I would love to see him do a presentation or at least have a booth and show off some of his demo stuff or even some of his hardware stuff he's done, like his clock doubler circuit. I don't know, Ken, or any of you going to be able to make it to VCF Montreal? Assuming Ken hasn't left and gone to sleep already.
I'm planning on going to it, hopefully.
Oh, good. Would you like to be our main guy on the floor to give us a run through if you get to go?
Oh, if I'm there, maybe, yeah, sure.
Okay. That'd be cool. I'm going to start bugging John again, see if we can get him to get a booth out there. Next up, we have Retro SC in Brazil. So, Erico, you probably know more about this one than I do.
Yes, one... that's our usual every year show. This one is the 10-year celebration. It's pretty great.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's the 10th anniversary this year for the show. So this is November the 7th, I believe, and it's a single day show. It's not a multi-day show.
A single day only.
Yeah, and this is kind of your version of VCF, like it's retro for a whole bunch of different machines, but you have such unique clones and stuff that were done in Brazil. Like this is the place to catch them all, whether it's clones of the Spectrum or the Coco or whatever.
And including video game clones like Ataris and things of that sort.
Okay. Do you know, like maybe get a little bit of a spoiler, do you know of anything big that might be presented there related to Cocos or the CP400s, Kodamexes, et cetera? Or...
Oh, sorry?
Do you know of anything special that's going to get announced for the Coco side of things here? Like you
Oh,
guys
that-
are
yeah.
actively doing hardware and software. Like you don't have to give me full details if it's still secret or whatever, but maybe a hint that you should go there because something really cool is going to happen in the hardware side.
Oh, I don't know yet, but most likely Mauricio Macci and Luciano and Giovanni and a few other people will be doing some stuff.
Oh, cool.
I'll bring it as soon as I know.
Okay. And you've been kind of our representative for streaming from there too in the past few years we've done the show. So
I'll try this year. It seems like we're gonna have pretty good connection this time.
oh, good. And this is in Florianopolis in Brazil. That's actually near the coast, isn't it?
Yes, it's an island. It's a pretty great place, and at this time of the year, it's pretty warm.
Okay. So for those of you who want to try to convince your spouse or better half that you should go to a retro computer show, just tell me you're going to a Brazilian tropical paradise island instead.
Right, a tropical island.
Got a beach and you can tell about the retro thing. Oh, I didn't know that was happening. I'm just going to attend. It's just for a day.
You'll see in 4 or 5 hours, okay, honey?
There's a bunch of touristic structure, hotels of all kinds, and it's a pretty nice place.
Cool. I do want to make it to this one just to get out of here in the winter. So
Right.
I'm just not sure when that's going to happen yet. I hate being back at the bottom of the totem pole. And then the last one, this is still showing the dates from this current year, I should say, for CoCoFest back in April 24th, 25th. But as Grant mentioned and was mentioned in the chat last week, the dates for CoCoFest 2027 have been solidified as May 14th to the 15th. Details on room rates and table rates, etc., not out there yet. But if you have to book your holidays well in advance, now you know the dates you need to lock off in, what is it, 8-9 months, something like that.
Right. Mid-May is much better timing, I might add. It's a lot easier to get slotted in.
Yeah,
Airplanes
and for people like Ken and me, if we came from Canada, we still have a chance of having a pretty bad cold weather in April. Mid-May, it's still not zero, but it's a lot better.
But it's
And that's all I got for upcoming shows. If anybody has any other shows that I'm missing, send me an email at curtisboyle@sestel.net or post it in the Discord, the news topic suggestion channel, and I'll add it to the list and we'll promote it every week.
That's such an old school email address. That's cool.
Yeah, .net.
Some telephone company.net. Yeah,
Yep.
That's cool.
And that's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh, damn.
Only a 4.5 hour show today. I managed to crank it down.
Didn't make it to 6 p.m. I don't know.
But there's a whole bunch of new games that are coming out or have come out. So, Ken, I don't think you need to worry about picking stuff for the Game On Challenge for the next while.
Right.
Unless you got some favorites you want to throw in that we haven't played already. But
All right, let's run the outro then.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Technicolor computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server.
Coco forever.
Okay, that should do it for today. Don't forget, join us Thursday on Discord.
or if you can't participate, you can join in and watch on YouTube or Twitch.
Oh,
heckling encouraged.
See if I manage to get off of level 1.
Right. We completely forgot to do that. I guess Sloopy really was needed.
For what?
To say, show up on Thursday at
Oh, no, Ken did that.
8 p.m. Pacific.
I did that. Come on.
Did
Ken
you?
did it. Yep.
How did I miss that? Okay, well, I guess
Am I that boring? Did I put you to sleep?
It's that
Am I
shirt. There's
worse?
not enough color.
Your
in
shirt is too
shirt.
loud. He couldn't hear you over your shirt.
No,
I'm
his
worse
shirt's
than the
not loud
news.
enough. It blended in with the background. Sorry, I'm just an idiot sometimes.
Okay.
Good job.
Well, see you next week,
Bye, everybody.